KUAM-FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
It's Christmas time for everyone. It's a time to be happy, a time for fun. In this beautiful island under the sun, Santa will be flying from the north to the south, giving to the kids from house to house. So get up and move, but let's celebrate this joy season, so don't be late. Let's party all night and have so much fun. With the music up loud, let's get the grooving on. All the people will come from the bottom to the top. Like my now says, drop baby drop. It's Christmas time, it comes once a year. A time to be together, a time to cheer. With family and friends, together as one. A Merry Christmas to all on the island of Guam. It's a time to be happy, a time for fun in this beautiful island of Guam.
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
Maligayang Pasko, maligayang Pasko, maligayang Pasko at masayang bagong taon. Maligayang Pasko, maligayang Pasko, maligayang Pasko at masayang bagong taon. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año, felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año, felicidad. Ay, ser bonito sa tiempo Christmas. Ay, ser bonito sa tiempo Christmas. Ay, ser bonito sa tiempo Christmas. That's el mago corazón tú. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Frosty the snowman was a jolly, happy soul with a corncob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of coal. Frosty the snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day. Must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found. But when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around. Frosty the snowman was alive as he could be, and the children say he could laugh and play just the same as you and me. Frosty the snowman knew the sun was hot that day, so he said, let's run, we'll have some fun now before I melt away. Down to the village with a broomstick in his hand, running here and there all around the square, singing catch me if you can. Led them down the streets of town, right to the traffic cop. And he only paused a moment when he heard them holler stop. Frosty the snowman had to hurry on his way, but he waved goodbye singing, "Don't you cry, I'll be back again someday." Of town, right to the traffic cop, and he only paused a moment when he heard them holler, "Stop!" Frosty the snowman had to hurry on his way, but he waved goodbye singing, "Don't you cry, I'll be back again someday."
Antes de niga Radzaudz an malak estrezas durante em todo ememu a nogi distância como gupugi palu Zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo e tempo e paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
San Mañana, Santos Manyungon, San Mañana, Nagwinay Zanzun Enaw na pon, Senang Ismon, Zanti-kanti, Fazu Osu, Isabadotu, Zani Pastotu, Gizatilen, Zani Pastotu, Gizatilen, Zani Pastotu, Gizatilen.
Good morning, Guam. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Joe Sir with a nice shot of the moon, which is still out.
It's beautiful. Yep. Beautiful morning. Any day is a. God, I hate to be that guy. Any day above ground's a great one, but I really feel that way.
Yep.
This pandemic, it'll teach you things. Good morning.
Thank you to Hanofri Chargala for the
Yeah,
wonderful
Onofre.
comment.
What's up, man? I used to work with him down in Leo Palace way long time ago. Thank you, Onofre, a free man now watching from San Diego, California.
San Diego.
Auntie Agnes, $2 Cabrera. Good morning. This is Dr. Cabrera's mom.
Yeah, she was saying you had to give her a
I
call
know, but
yesterday.
I got a new phone and her number's in my old phone. So, Auntie Agnes, if you could just message me, because I do have your number.
Please do
I
not
had your
use
number.
the new phone who
Oh,
this
God.
argument with Auntie Agnes.
I'm not
She's
using the
so
new.
nice.
It really, literally is a new phone. Who this?
You're really
thing.
going to use new phone who this
Um,
on Auntie Agnes.
It's
Wow.
Wow, Jay. Thanks, bro. 624.
Please react to that one, everybody, in emoji. I would
I'm
love
not.
to see the...
I'm not really doing a new phone. Who this? It actually is a new phone. Who this? Because I don't have her number. So
They're going to make a
text
tomorrow
me.
version of that.
Yeah.
No,
Auntie
new phone?
Dasty?
Enfin?
Huh? It's
New
624.
phone, huh?
Tuesday, December 21st, 2021. Yep, getting ready to say goodbye to this 2021. I saw this thing on Twitter. It was 2022 is 2020 TOO. That's how you pronounce it.
Oh,
And they're
okay.
saying like, oh God, with this Omicron. But come on, guys, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think 2022 is going to be an awesome year. Yeah, we got an election, first of all. That'll be good stuff. Hey, the show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
I'm just taking one day at a time.
That's it, bro. Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. We got here Rosemary Laguatnia, first one in. Tontonir Zori, first, Miss Rosemary. Good morning, team. Bennett Luan Duenas, good morning. Mike Rios, say good morning. Buenos dias. Tony Martinez, good morning. Guam Link family. Andrew Terlahi, good morning to all. Elizabeth Agagi, thank you so much for the package. We got our, we've had almond roca, but I've never tried macadamia roca.
We were the most popular people in the company yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that, Elizabeth Agagi.
So if you saw any of the reporters at KUM, if you know anyone that works here and everything, just follow them on Instagram and probably like on their story.
You'll see it, yeah.
You see Chris walking around and like he's got this like he's like the Pied Piper. He's
Yeah.
Please, miss, may I have some more?
Hello. Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro, good morning. Familiar KUAM News, Manana Sidus. All have a good day. Be safe.
I got Dorothy Parker from Santee, California.
Santee, where's that?
Not sure. Let me see. Santee.
Roberto Fraccassini, good morning, Mr. Fraccassini.
Good morning. Good day for a run. One of your former classmates, Joy Rivera Woodward, and
All
mine.
right, yes.
Happy Joy Tuesday.
Ivan Jr. Leon Guerrero, good morning. Guam, and to the most chill, holy Phil crew at KUAM. Good morning.
Thank you. I like that. Happy Joy. That's a throwback to Ren and Stimpy.
Is that, yeah, happy joy.
Joy.
Yeah. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, Hoffaday, good morning. KUAM News, Link Fam, and all on Guam, wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a blessed New Year. Love, Mama Bear.
Why don't we just get Auntie Agnes on the show? Let's go get her to
Yeah,
zoom
we
in.
should. Cassidin, Doris, good morning, Guam, and Merry Christmas to y'all. Stanley Kaipat. Good morning, Chris. Off a day. Good morning, Mr. Kaipat. Good morning, everybody. Annette Torres Castro. Buenas. Mananas y Dios. It's 6:26. Coming up on the show. Well. If you're from Tamuning or Sinanya, there's a little bit of ho home holiday decorating contest action going on.
I see what you did there.
Yeah,
Ho
well-
ho home.
They did it.
Very clever.
Sin City did it.
We're going all out this year with the wordplay.
Yeah, we are. And so we'll get Mayor Robert Hoffman and also Mayor Louise Rivera on to talk about the contests that are happening in their village. Jay, I know you don't go around much, but have you been able to go around at night?
I have. I've seen several of the villages, and like we're putting together this special that's going to air on Christmas Eve and Christmas night. So like a lot of the mayor's offices, we want to involve everybody, and we put out like an open invite to all the mayor's offices. So if you're listening, or mayor staffers, please get your videos in. We're starting to compile this stuff. You guys are doing a fantastic job. We've got, I know Mong Totomaiti shot theirs last night. Mayor Rudy Paco's down there, and they're doing some stuff. Gigo's got a wonderful lights display right in front of the fire station.
Nice.
Right before the turn
Yeah,
for Sanchez.
yeah. Guys, go around, make a trip of it. Your kids are on break. Take them around tonight. Check out all the lights.
Yeah, Santa Teresita Parish over in
Mungi
Mangilao's got
Town
a-
Christmas is what they're calling it.
And they got, and you can just tell it's Manila because they got that big, expansive, like the field, where they have like the night market, and
Yeah.
they have just that what used to be the old church.
Yeah,
and then
that's
they got,
how you can tell it's Manila.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the church got, was it Pongsonghua in 2002 where the church
Yeah.
got really badly.
And they have a new church now.
Yeah.
Well, it's not new, but it's very nice.
And
right?
And it's also always awesome because you go to Santa Teresita and there's like the old
Yeah.
sanctuary, which is now used as a rectory, which is like the best looking rectory of like ever because it used to be the church.
Yeah. Good
What
stuff.
are your favorite churches to attend mass in, just based on like how nice they are, like the warmth or
I attended Mass yesterday at the chapel at Cathedral.
Okay.
It was nice. Good. Change it up, you know what I mean? Because I didn't get to go Sunday. Because I went to the flea market. So I went yesterday. It was the weekday Mass. It was pretty short. It was Father McGrath, I think is his name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. A very elderly priest.
Yeah, but he
Right.
gives a really good homily.
He does, yeah. So yeah, I went to Mass yesterday. That's cool, but I really like. Well, first of all, I like St. Francis. That's where I'm going recently. I go to Cathedral a lot of times too. On a Sunday 9:30 Mass, it's always nice because it's Cathedral. But San Isidro, man, have you been to San Isidro? Malolo?
No, that's one of the ones I was just thinking. San Isidro, I've never been inside.
Yeah.
And St. Joseph's down in Ilahan, I've never been inside. It's
Wow.
and it's weird because you drive right past there. It's this gorgeous,
Beautiful.
this gorgeous, sanctuary.
I really love the
overlooking
southern. Okay, so like Molesto, that's where I grew up going to church. Nice.
Molesto,
It's
been
a
to-
kind of a newer one.
Pomatec. I've been there.
Umatec, yeah. Been there a few times for a couple funerals. That's also a nice one. San Jose in Milan, very beautiful. But San Isidro, to me, it's got that old school feel to it.
Yeah.
It's a very small church. Check it out, man. One time, let's make a trip. Call me if you ever go down to. If you're
Shoot.
headed down south, we'll go to Mass. San
Yeah, we'll do
Isidro.
mass. I've been.
And they have the old ladies singing. They don't
you
really
ever
have a
been-
choir.
Have you ever been to any service at Santa Barbara up in Dededo? The one with the two levels?
Yes,
I-
it's circular, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I remember.
God, every time I go there, I always go to the wrong door. I always find the locked one, right, sir? It's like you got to have the secret entrance in Santa Barbara.
But it is interesting
Because
because
it's a rough village, they don't just leave the door open
yeah,
anymore.
and it's funny because it's in the Santa Barbara loop, and then when the priests are delivering their homilies and everything like that, they're basically speaking like in the round, like as they call it, because everyone like it's 360 degrees and
Yeah,
everything. But I
yeah.
remember going to a service once when they had the two level when they redesigned the church. There was a funeral on one level and a christening on the bottom, and I was like, wow, this is
Yeah, wow.
this is trippy.
Yeah, so Santa Barbara is a good one. I haven't been over here to St. Andrew Kim.
I've not been there, and
I've actually never. I want to. That's right across the street.
yeah, I mean, we could walk there right now, and then we
Wow.
saw pictures of it like on Google Maps. It's
Right.
a gorgeous temple.
Yeah, I've never gone to Mass there.
Yeah. Well, we got.
Is
Mary
that cool
Louise-
though, guys? Is it cool to just go? I mean, I know it's cool, right? But is it cooler to go around, different masses and check it out? Because I feel like when I do that, it's like everyone's like, "Who the hell is this guy?" you guy doing here?
Have you ever been to the new?
I mean, is it, sir? What do you think? Joe's very involved with the church. He DJs at the church, not DJs. He does the, he does the AV. Yeah, yo, drop it, check it, chicka juice. Yeah, yeah, Joe. Is it weird? No, right? Everybody's welcome in the house of God. Amen. Hallelujah.
Okay, so and of course we've got
Dude, there's no midnight mass. I don't know. It's my mom was telling me. Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
but
no.
do you have the mass schedule? Because I'm trying to get Polly Mike on tomorrow, maybe. But
they
my
haven't
mom
put it out yet. I don't believe.
Yeah, my mom was telling me the whole for St. Francis. She was like, "Oh, it's like 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve."
Yeah.
You remember? Did you go to midnight
I used to
mass?
go to midnight mass in Agana Heights. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Those-
that was
those-
something, man.
And you get up like the next morning, and your eyes are all bloodshot.
Yeah.
And you're tired by 10 a.m. But I mean, it's that's memories. And of course, we've got parishes like Barragata, which has 2 patron saints because San Vicente, San Roque,
Right.
and then you've got up in Jigo where you've got.
Okay, so which one is the Barragata? That's the church that's by the mayor's office.
Yeah, like right next to yeah, and that's another one. If you guys want to see like a really wonderful.
You don't know?
No, it is. Yeah, right by the mayor's office.
Yeah,
There's-
which church is it? San Roque or San Vicente?
No, it's 2.
Oh, it's together
Yeah,
at the
because
same time.
you have
Got
one,
it.
you have one parish, 2.
That's a
patron
nice
saints,
church.
and then you have up in Jigo now.
Have you been to that one?
Yeah,
It's also nice. The layout's very interesting.
yeah, but walking up there, that's a steep climb to get to.
Oh, yeah. My friend Helen just said, try visiting Santa Bernadita Chapel in Agafagumas, Jigo. It's beautiful.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, so of course I've been to Lutdis.
Yeah, so you got Our Lady of Lourdes, and then
Yeah.
all the way around on the other side, like Machinano, you've got Santa Bernadita, which is a new one. And my cousin got married there about 6 months ago. It's a beautiful church.
So Machinana, where you pass the school and you keep going, or is it on the main road? Or
yeah, if you're going past like what's now Camp Blas, the Marine Corps base,
Yep.
and then you go way past Machinano Elementary, you can see it, but it's again, it's in this field, and you have to like drive down and everything, like big crossing. Really, really nice church. But
That's actually going to be one of my goals for 2022. Is I'm going to go to mass in every village.
nice.
Yep.
So you got
there
Barragata, 1 village, 2 patron saints.
Right.
Now you've got Jigo, 1 village, 2
Two
churches.
Yeah. So that would probably take me. I mean, if I just went every Sunday, it'd probably take me like half the year, right?
Gosh, we should know this because they always like how many.
Well, there's 19 villages, but if some of them have a couple different churches, then I'm assuming that it would be like, so there's 52 Sundays in the year,
Yeah.
right? So 19 villages, but let's give it like 25 different churches,
Yeah.
right? So that's like half the year.
And then certain villages.
I wonder where I would end up for Easter mass.
That's a big decision
Yeah.
you got to make. Well, certain villages, like as far as the voting districts are combined, like Asan Maina and Mongmong Totomaiti. But MTM that's all one parish, right, sir? Yep. Yeah. But Asan Maina is not. Asan Maina both have like their own churches.
That's right. Yep.
And Maina is what Our Lady
Asan is a big church. It's very
Yeah.
big. Yeah. It's hard to make that one look full.
Actually, the first time I went to the Asan church, my uncle Jimmy, my dad's youngest brother, he got married there in, I want to say 94.
Glenn comments in, our good friend Glenn of the Hoffaday podcast says, midnight mass at 9 p.m. Chalampago. Dorothy Parker, I haven't seen her here before. Oh, you must be new around here, girl.
Yeah, she's from she's the one from Santee, California.
Yeah, she says here, Santee is a suburban city in San Diego County, California. I guess next time I'll just say San Diego. Excuse us, it's Chamorons. We don't know where's where in the States.
Lots of
Next time,
Chamorros.
Dorothy, just say California.
Yeah, lots of Chamorros in San Diego.
Oh, yeah,
they have the
tons.
Guam Club there.
Yeah.
They make good food.
Yep, and there's Chamorros like in San Diego. There's Chamorros in like Poway. There's Chamorros in Santee. What else we got here? Yeah, Glenn says make it a pilgrimage every Saturday. Yeah, I don't really like going to Glenn. I don't like going to church on Saturday because my mom always says that's for the young people who can't get up early on Sunday.
It was in. When did that actually start?
Saturday mass?
Yeah, has that always been? Because I only became aware of it like when I was in college, like in the early like 90s.
It kind of seems like it's a newer thing.
Yeah, my friends would like say they're like, hey man, you want to go to mass with us and everything? And then we're gonna go out to eat afterwards. We'll go to King's. I was like, So let's go to Santa Barbara at 7. I was like, guys, it's Saturday. They're like, yeah, like there's mass on
It's
Saturday.
Saturday. You don't go to mass on Saturday. What's wrong with you?
Even at
Unless it's a funeral.
Agani Heights, the Saturday mass is very
Oh, Agani
bad.
Heights is a nice church too. There's
Yeah.
a lot of wood. What's that one?
Our Lady of Purification is that's Maina.
Yeah, that's right.
Yours is, sir?
The patron saint of sanitizing.
What's Mongmong? Our Lady of Immaculate Heart of Mary.
That's Agani Heights?
That's MTM.
Yeah. What about Agani Heights?
Oh.
See, now Glenn is speaking too deep Catholical here. Saturday is the Sunday anticipated.
Our Lady
I
of
don't
the
even
Blessed
know.
Sacrament. That's Agani Heights.
What does that mean, Glenn? There are 26 parishes in the Archdiocese of Agania. So, yeah, that would take me about half the year to go to every
Exactly,
single one.
yeah.
Right? That's cool.
And that would not be
Glenn said growing up, he used to go Saturday with his family so we can sleep in on Sunday. Oh, gosh, I wish I grew up with your family. Man, let me tell you, I tried everything to get up and go. My grandma would pour ice water on her face. Literally. My kids don't believe me.
See, Glenn got the pre-blessing.
Yeah.
Other people would say, okay, well, you go out Saturday and then you go to church and, repent and everything. Glenn said, okay, I'm going to go to Mass first and then hit the club.
See, we couldn't go to teen night at Lights unless we went to Mass.
Teen night. Well, that's where you hung out, Lights?
For teen night, bro,
Okay,
with
well,
my cousins. We'd go with my cousins.
No, I went to Onyx. We used to go to
Wow.
Onyx for teen night.
Yeah, that was like the bougie teen night.
No, well, if you're from JFK or Sanchez, you went to Onyx.
So yeah, we didn't go to Mass on Saturday. We'd wake up early and go to Mass at St. Francis on Sunday. The early Mass, I don't know if it was 6 or 7. I can't really remember, but it was really nice because every time we went to Mass, and it was mostly like the younger kids, and then some of my older like uncles would stay home, and we kind of like represent the family. Like my grandma wouldn't go because she was sick. But we would go, and then whenever we come home, someone in the family would always make breakfast. So it'd be like our reward or whatever for not a reward, but it'd be like we come home and then we'd feast. So that's why whenever I go to Mass, I don't know, my mom kind of got it in my head as like I don't like to eat before Mass. Like my mom will not even drink coffee, right? Because she's taken the communion. But I'll allow myself coffee, but I really try not to eat anything before Mass.
Very cool.
I don't know. I just trained. I don't know if it's like if it even means anything.
And then you would go to Lights.
Yeah, so we go to Lights teen night.
Well, who hung out at Lights? Because remember, I said like Club Onyx, what's now Sandcastle, where Joseph used to work for many, many years, or Globe, yeah.
I don't know who hung out at Lights. I just was playing wingman for my brother and my cousin JT.
Now, see, did you ever try going to Club Carme?
No.
In what hotel is that? That's
I don't know if it's okay to talk about clubs and church in the same.
Because Club Carme was purely JFK. If you didn't go to JFK, like Club Carme, that was like off
Why don't you
limits.
go on another show and you talk about the club? I'm trying to keep my Christmas Mass vibe going here. Yeah. So, yeah, that's my goal for 2022. If you're just joining us, I'm going to go to church go to Mass in every church and take communion in every one
You should
for
make a
next year.
YouTube channel of that.
I'm gonna definitely do a little video.
Let's do a podcast about
Right on. Okay.
it. Yeah.
640, and it's also good to like see the different priests, the different styles, right?
Yeah.
Because there are definitely different styles, and you can tell like which priest like has it, right?
The first time I actually met Father Mike Chrysostomo, who's now the pastor, of course, of St. Anthony's.
Right.
He married the guy. I was in my friend Matt Limtiaco. I was best man at his wedding, and he married Jolie Nuggan. And so he was like, "Oh, this is Father Mike," like I've known, and he's our age, right? And I was like, "Oh, Father, nice to meet you," and everything like that. But it had a wonderful like wedding and everything, and just to see him rise up the ranks into the archdiocese and everything like that, he's a good guy. But that was the first time I met him, and that was at San Vicente San Roque.
Nice. All right, on. Hey, it's 640, Tuesday, December 21st. It's Christmas week. Jay, Christmas Eve, Friday, and we are off. Correct? Yes.
Yeah. So on Friday we will have no show.
Yes. We will have no show. It's a Christmas present to our haters. It's like a reverse Christmas present. Like, we're not showing up. You get to have a nice Christmas Eve. I feel like people really want this Christmas, right? I mean, last year it was still Christmas, right? But it was a little like different. This year I feel like Omicron, whatever, we're just putting our head down. We're just going to power through Christmas, power through New Year's, and then we'll deal with whatever on the other side.
Mm-hmm. But I know a lot of people have put like, comments, and they've been, people that we've gone out and talked to.
Yeah.
And they said this year in particular, a lot of people have like rediscovered their faith and said, I really need the season. I need that sense of of hope, and I need to remember exactly why, we gather and why this is such like a special time.
Yeah, and I think it's cool that we did the pilgrimage. Santa Maria Comelin was able to go around the island.
Mm-hmm.
Really kind of set the tone for this month. But you're right, Jay. A lot of people are seeking some kind of connection, whether it's spiritual, emotional, romantic, physical. I guess people are yearning for that interaction.
So as cool as Santa Claus is and everything like that, he takes a back seat to the man upstairs.
That's right. 642 Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box proud to present this episode of The Link. Let's go ahead and get into our first look at news from the KUAM news team. In for Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Jason Salas.
All right. Good morning, everybody watching worldwide right now on Facebook Live. In your morning news, 7 people were hospitalized for COVID-19 as of last night. 4 are vaccinated and 2 are unvaccinated. 18 new positive cases were confirmed from 85 tests performed Sunday. The CAR score has subsequently risen by 0.2 of a point. It's now 0.8. Now, Public Health also received 73 new results from virus samples collected during the first half of October, with all 73 out of 73 identified as the Delta variant of concern. Well, in response to the ongoing Red Hill water crisis in the state of Hawaii, Proteila Texan is holding a peaceful protest this afternoon, and they'll do so on the front lawn of Adelup, the governor's complex. And they're pointing out that this is a real scenario that could happen on Guam. The group stated the island's sole source aquifer, providing as much as 90% of our drinking water, is at risk of contamination due to military development right above it. The family-friendly event starts at 4 p.m. at the Adelup Field downtown. Well, let's go back now to the newsroom. Isaiah Uggan is standing by, and he has your link update for this morning.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. As the bid for a private company to collect tobacco taxes is held up in the courts, the procurement of tobacco stamps has also hit a snag. Reverend Tax Oversight Chair Senator Sabina Perez says she is still opposed to a private company collecting taxes, but she stands by the stamp procurement, which failed due to a lack of qualified bidders.
So this procurement didn't go through. So I guess the next step to me, logically, is to resubmit it to a wider audience, because there are vendors out there, but it may not be here locally. So I think that would be the next step. So yes, I am support of giving DRT the tools that they need to enforce this. To me, it doesn't make sense to have a private entity do it for so much more.
Senator Sabina Perez said the private company would make 12% profit of what it collects in tobacco taxes, totaling millions of dollars that would otherwise have gone to the Healthy Future Fund, which goes to assist cancer patients and their families. More help is on the way for struggling small businesses. The application period for the $50 million Local Employers Assistance Program launched today. KUM's Nestor Lacanto has the details.
The LEAP program will provide direct financial assistance to small businesses that, according to the governor's executive order, experience extreme levels of pandemic-related interruption. Top priority will go to companies that can demonstrate a business interruption rate of 50% or more. The loan proceeds can be used for a wide range of operating expenses that ensure they can maintain and possibly increase employees. In fact, the loans may be forgiven if at least 60% of the proceeds are used for eligible employee wage and benefit costs. 50% of the LEAP program funding, or $25 million, will come from American Rescue Plan funds. The other half was appropriated from the general fund by the legislature in a bill passed last week that's awaiting the governor's signature. Gita will administer the program, and here's CEO Melanie Mendiola during discussion of the LEAP legislation.
From our calculations, to make this program meaningful for the businesses whom it is meant to impact, we were seeking a funding level of $50 million for this program. So if we were to not receive a $50 million level of funding for this program, then the program would certainly change in nature. And from there, we can't. It's once you hit go and businesses start submitting all their documentation, you don't really want to change up the information on them or give them false hope about what they could receive if you're not quite ready yet with what you have to offer.
Complete program information and forms are available on the GITA website. Applications will be accepted via email at leap@gitagrant.com or at a Dropbox at the GITA offices. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Guam Regional Medical City has been silent throughout the third surge, but with good reason. GRMC CEO speaks in on the increase in COVID cases just months ago. KUM's Daniel Perez has more.
What we did was to open another unit, an empty unit that was used for maternal child health services in the past, and that came up with a total of 18 beds. The challenge at the time was, of course, providing the staff to take care of this influx of patients. But we managed to get more travelers, and with the help of DOD and the Department of Education, the National Guard giving some of their medical technicians and nurses, we were able to safely staff that unit.
GRMC President and CEO Alan Fontanilla providing details as to what the hospital did to care for COVID patients during the island's third surge. When asked if that unit is still in use,
we're back to not having that unit open at this point. We're able to now take care of them in the regular units.
At the forefront of the surge was the nurses who gave around-the-clock care to those battling COVID.
We have a great group of staff from the ER she mentioned, of course, to our inpatient units. And thank you to them. They continue to be at their best, on top of their games, really, by really being out there despite what you said, the fatigue from the pandemic. But their dedication and their commitment to patient care was always there. They were relentless in terms of their passion for providing care. So I'm very proud to say that our staff live up to the expectation of our island community in terms of the care that they deserve.
Should another surge come, GRMC assures residents that they are more than ready.
We continue to stay on top of the emerging developments, if you will. We're always continuing to look at our abilities and capabilities in terms of staff, supplies, and equipment. To this day, we continue to address our supply needs, whether we have a sufficient amount or not. And we do have a sufficient amount as we speak. So we feel very good about that. I hope we don't have the influx, obviously. I hope we see the end of this.
GRMC encourages residents to get their boosters and vaccines to protect themselves from the virus. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Over the weekend, Saipan reported 2 more COVID-19 related fatalities. 8 weeks into its first surge, the hospital system set up a new COVID center to add to the frontline battle. KUM's Tomas Miglotnia reports.
It doesn't mean that we're going to get results for you faster than we already are, but it does mean is that you have somebody, at least a face to go to, somebody to ask questions and get answers from. So that's what really the intent of this center is.
A community COVID-19 center in Coblerville adding to the frontline effort. They're able to refer people for treatment, confirm testing, conduct contact tracing, and provide critical information.
I think it's great that we can capture the positives, positive cases and be able to direct them to their next line of care. And the monoclonal antibodies are to also help reduce any pressure on the ER and on the ICUs. So anybody with symptoms who gets the monoclonal antibodies, that helps reduce their symptoms and helps reduce the pressure on the hospital and the ER.
Frontliners are able to breathe easier with this new centralized effort.
Immediately, once the nursing team or Tent 2 is done doing the swabs, the specimens are brought in here, and then it's processed here on this table, and then they're laid out here for about 15 minutes for the results to come out.
That effort comes with an aggressive education campaign.
This is all close contacts. No one positive enters to this area. It's all negative folks who just are looking for resources on how to safely isolate and safely quarantine.
It's a holistic approach to living with COVID-19.
We have the tools to help you recover from this. We want people to start thinking about living safely with COVID.
Tomas Maglotnia For KUAM News on Saipan.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, everybody. Our own Chris Barnett, right over there, about 6 feet away, safely distant, continues his investigative work on above-step recruitment, a very controversial topic of late relative to the government of Guam. And now at least one cabinet member is being recruited above step into a classified position. And, as he explains this next story, this has at least one of your elected senators saying enough is enough.
Department, new year, new cockfights. That's exactly what's being advertised in this viral graphic for the Dedito Game Club, also known as the Dedito Cockfighting Dome. The flyer calling all cockers to come out on January 1st for a 3-cock derby. Department of Youth Affairs Deputy Director Crescinda Uggan may be headed to Public Health as, on paper, the cabinet member for the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, the latest above-step recruit to make headlines. Uggan, the sister of Adelup Chief of Staff John Jr. Calvo, daughter of Civil Service Commission Chair Juan Calvo, and wife of Acting Public Health Human Resources Head Tony Uggan. Uggan, the HR administrator for the hospital, but an oversight hearing of GMH revealed he had been recently detailed to Public Health. The newly created classified position Uggan may fill, Human Services Administrator, and it pays $71,000 a year in salary. Senator Joanne Brown says enough is enough with questionable above-step hiring. The senator saying this particular recruitment full of red flags.
Because of that direct connection, you think that it would be hands-off. And, this isn't something the governor would be encouraging her cabinet members to do.
Meanwhile, Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera tells KUAM there were 4 applicants for the position of Human Services Administrator. In a statement, Carrera said Public Health has, quote, initially selected Uggan, and that Public Health has also followed, quote, all the proper hiring steps so far in conformity with the law. Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Agustin also went to bat for Uggan in a WhatsApp message saying Uggan has, quote, expressed her intent to continue public service to our island's youth in a different capacity. She has applied as the Human Services Administrator for DPHSS as part of their newly established Division of Children's Wellness. This is an ongoing process and no final actions have been taken at this time. She remains the Deputy Director of DYA. Well, despite both Carrera and Paco San Agustin saying Uggan's hiring isn't final, Public Health released a public notice saying the department intends to hire Uggan above step.
On the face of it, looking at the information provided, it just really sends out the wrong message to the public. And certainly the fact that, we're hearing this almost weekly about these issues with regards to above-step recruitments.
Above-step recruitment is where a GovGuam agency is intending to hire a person above the step or pay grade they would normally make entering the position because of exceptional qualifications, experience, or education. Adelup and Public Health did not answer questions regarding any conflicts relative to Uggan's recruitment,
so much,
whether other applicants...
An equally incendiary topic, the campaign, let's call it, to impeach the CNMI's governor and members of the members citing a resolution calling for the impeachment of Governor Ralph Torres was officially introduced by the House of Representatives in Saipan. Monday, Representative Selena Babauta made the formal introduction as our Tomas Manglone continues to cover this storyline.
Parabehu introduce House Resolution 22-14, impeaching Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, pursuant to Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth for commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty.
The resolution calling for the impeachment of Governor Torres was formally introduced in a House session Monday morning.
I will be creating a special committee on impeachment, and we'll be appointing members. A memo will be coming out at a later date.
The resolution, pre-filed by Babauta on Friday, was backed by at least 12 other lawmakers out of the 20-member body. When it comes to an eventual vote, impeachment would require 14 of them. It faces a narrow battle in the Senate, who would hold a hearing and could vote to convict. Some residents speaking out.
The governor got away with these crimes because he was protected by a code of loyalty and silence of the AG in the legislature and even the lieutenant governor. making this committee the people's best hope for justice.
Will you amend these articles to include previous governors and lieutenant governors who have done the same? If it's true that the Lieutenant Governor Palacios, as other lieutenant governors may have done, signed the travel authorization for Governor Torres, that he too, Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, be held in violation for approving that TA? Or is it just Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres? Now that these...
All right, and now let's go into the KOM News Zoom room because our friend Sean Gumataltao, always a member of the KOM family, the Link family, is back on common ground. And if you saw Sean, welcome back to the 671 from your trip to the 670, as it were. And I saw on Facebook over the weekend you were posting some pictures. You had a nice weekend. Oops.
Hi, Sean. Good morning.
Oh, there you are, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
No, sorry, my bad. I have myself.
No worries.
I have myself muted.
So we wanted to bring Sean on here to kind of unpack his trip over to the NMI, where you were assisting with the response to the surge that's happening in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. But Sean, you were specifically on Saipan, no?
Yes, I was out there for just less than a week, and just Chris, let me just say that for the first time, I hadn't been in the CNMI maybe in 10 years. And from what I could see, I think there's still challenges abound all across the entire island of Saipan, but not just Saipan, but also Tinian and Rota as well.
Well, Sean, I know that you were here for the duration of our big Delta-driven surge this year, right? Where, I mean, it was, 12, 13. It was, I don't even like thinking about it. It takes me back to that place. But having been through that and then going to Saipan in the midst of their surge, how would you kind of compare and contrast the things going on there compared to what happened here?
Yeah, I would probably the most fairest assessment is to talk about contrast. I had a chance to go all around Saipan, and I actually ran into Tomas when we were we were there at the antigen testing that's being done by the fire department, or the Department of Fire and Emergency Services there. Had a chance to go down to the multipurpose center. I think the biggest contrast, Chris, would be the school-located vaccinations that are being held in the 20 public school system schools in the CNMI. And it was an absolute, first off, to just see how brave these young kids are that are 5 years old getting a shot, obviously to prevent themselves from getting COVID. And the PSS, and had a chance to speak to some of the administrators and parents. The kids were pretty funny because they knew what they were doing. They knew they were doing something very, very special and important. So I didn't doubt their motivations, but the school system absolutely has stepped forward. I mean, as soon as the CDC guidance was given, PSS went right to work with a lot of help from the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. And this morning, I think that we got to think about the amount of kudos that should be given to the CHCC and the leadership of the CEO, Esther Muña. As you just saw in the earlier report from Tomas, the opening of the COVID-19 Community Center, which I had a chance to go before they opened. There's a lot of work being done leading forward to be able to serve their community. And I just was blown away by the amount of support that it was given and the response of the community to get tested, to get vaccinated, to get boosted. Just an amazing scene in the CNMI. I think they're somewhere over the 90% now in terms of total vaccinations to date.
Sean, I want to ask, when you talk about contrast, right? So you're kind of talking up about the school-based vaccinations. And I think it's interesting because in the NMI, Esther Muña is the CEO of the Commonwealth Health Corporation, and that is run by its own board. So she kind of is independent of the administration, right? And they were able to stand up that school-based vaccination. I'm not sure how involved CHCC was in that, but on Guam, we had the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group kind of just punting it over to GDOE and saying, hey, GDOE needs to do this. They need to get vaccinations, while kind of like leaving public health out of that entire conversation. So why do you think, given that's a little bit of a different landscape with the CNMI's Public Health Authority and the administration, why do you think they were able to stand up those school-based vaccinations so quickly compared to where we're at, which is still basically on the drawing board.
Yeah. Let's. I mean, in all fairness to the Physicians Advisory Group, they had said, if you recall, they were very in favor of these tests, and they, public health had also advised too. So it's not like they were coming out of nowhere with it. It was boiling down to the logistics to be able to pull off a school-located vaccination. Now, I will say this from the CNMI's point of view. When I went to the schools, I went to four different schools. They had a small team of school nurses, school nurses who I spoke to who were former CHCC nurses, and kudos to them this morning. They were fully committed to being able to deliver the vaccinations. They had done it earlier when the vaccines first came out. They were asked to step up. There was a small team that followed each and every school nurse. The process, which was, again, just like Guam, in a sense that you got to get online, you got to make an appointment, you go to the school, you make an appointment. It was very seamless. The lines at the schools were impressive to see them waiting very patiently. And a lot of it, Chris, goes back to access, right? So if you're familiar with the geography of the CNMI, or at least in terms of Saipan, if like in an example, the first one was San Antonio in southern Saipan, that's kind of a distance from the multipurpose center in Susupi. So these people were walking, they were walking to the vaccination site. They were not turning away local residents. I saw older folks, manamko, that were coming to get vaccinated because they just couldn't get there. The transportation was limited. So they opened their schools, they opened their hearts, they opened their entire program to their school communities. I think that is something that I was a witness to. They were very happy to be there. They were happy that the actual vaccinations came right to their school locations. And the administrators were very appreciative because for them, it was trying to get the entire school communities out there and vaccinated, especially in the elementary schools. I spent a lot of time at Garapan Elementary, and the school administrators there were, they were a little disappointed they couldn't get all of their 400 kids. They had, I think, about 100, but they're not closing the door to the other 300 kids. They're saying, okay, I'm going to get the first 100. They're going to get their second dose in 2 weeks. What is going to stop the other rest of the school community to come out and get that jab? And if they're not going to the clinics, if they're not going to their doctors, then it's right at their schools. And parents were there. In one case, Chris, I was up at, I think it was in, as it was at Chacha Ocean View Middle School. The kids were coming by themselves. They got the waivers from their parents. So these kids were coming in and they're already signed. The parents had already committed. And it was just great to see their commitment to get the vaccine. So it's not like parents are not being part of that process. In fact, they're part of the process. They were part of the process in the very beginning. I was on 2 calls with the CHCC's pediatrics chair, Dr. Sadie Laponzi. She spelled out exactly what the COVID vaccine would do and for the kids, how safe it was, and the messaging and all that. Yeah. And then the response was pretty quick across the entire CNMI and at least in Saipan, to get kids vaccinated.
Sean, I want to talk about the messaging a little bit because, we've had our challenges with the messaging. And the NMI, though, it seems very well stripped down and consistent. Can you kind of go into that a little bit? What at least the observation from many, even across the federal partners, is that in terms of messaging, as they see, as the community has seen either an uptick, might have been a cluster of cases, or word of there might be some infection, the CNMI, the people there went out, got tested, they were getting vaccinated, they were getting boosted at higher levels than probably anywhere in the United States. So what does that mean for messaging? At times, I think they kind of beat themselves up going like, hey, is the message working? Trish and I my wife Trish and I were listening to Esther Muña, and it's about how much love do you have for your people? That very compassionate plea to get vaccinated, and it was on your air. She mentioned this, and people came out and were trying to protect one another. And I think that sometimes we think about the public health side of it all and how
how that can be lost in not just Guam, but in Hawaii and in other states. But at least in terms of what can be done locally, it's about getting, and I think they are getting the word out. It's just, how do we respond? How does our community respond to the messaging? Get boosted, get vaccinated, get tested. Is that resonating right now, or do we have COVID fatigue? And I think studies are being done all across the country relative to COVID fatigue and how it's just taken over. And so it's really having an adverse impact, not only on our society, but also the components of it, our economy, our faiths. By the way, you guys missed Talafofo earlier. It's Talafofo, Father Danny, who used to be at Jigo.
Is
you
he
guys got to
down
come down. But
he's
yes,
in Talafofo? Father
he's
Daniel?
in Talafofo now, yeah.
Does he still
So
do
we
the
think about
PowerPoint?
faith, yeah, right. But Chris, going back, it's how faiths are impacted by COVID. So all of these things are having a long term and having ramifications today. And I think that's something we all have to look at pretty closely.
Sean, so how do we on Guam kind of like double back and just simplify everything? Because as it stands now, being a member of the media and a so-called media partner with the Public Health Authority and the administration, I gotta say, I'm not really clear on exactly what our message is. I know what it needs to be, but I'm not seeing it consistently communicated from the people on high.
Well, I guess in fairness, we do get a chance to hear from members of the Physicians Advisory Group. Former member, obviously, Dr. Nguyen is very vocal, and he's been on KUAM quite often. But the Dr. Ums of the world, Dr. Berg has his cameo once in a while on KUAM News, and he should be heard a lot more. But other members are being heard about. Dr. Ann Pobutsky, which has been absolutely a big voice in this as the territorial epidemiologist and the data. I think that it's all taking it all in. How do each and every one of your listeners this morning, myself included, how do we take that information from Dr. Ann and her team, and how do we live our lives moving forward? I'm always getting mad at my kids for touching stuff at the store. Do we go out to a movie? Do we, try to live life as much as normal as possible? Yeah. They are coming on our air, and I say ours, meaning the KUAM News Family's air, and they're talking about it. We as a society and a community have to continue to listen to them and continue to take those, I guess, words of advice, if you will, Chris and Jason, and use it to the best of our abilities in our own families and our friends. And I think that's all we can ask for today. And as we're getting into the new year, I'm hoping that we'll see more of them and more interaction between Guam Public Health and the administration to this air to help tell that story. Because there's a lot of things happening that are being said across different platforms all over the community. But this reach that KUAM has is very significant. And you're right, if you're a media partner, then they should, the partnership is not a one-way street. It really is collaborative, and it should be nurtured. And yeah, there's been some issues in the past. Let's get past that, and let's move forward and how we can communicate best for our community, especially as we head into we're going into another year of a global pandemic.
Ooh. Thank you for your kind words, Sean. Appreciate it.
No, when I think about kindness, Chris, I know it's a Christmas time, but also it's about being just, hey man, from experience, I think we've all been there. I mean, someone the other day asked me, when you were doing it, and I was like, seemed like 2 decades ago, but nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in our community, except we got our hair is a little more tsungi, Jason probably more than others. But the idea is it's changed. And so we have to respond so accordingly. And I think that our society is asking that of all of us today, especially our kids, especially our Manamko. They're asking us to kind of bury that hatchet and let's move ahead and let's do our best to serve all the people of Guam and the Marianas as best we can.
Amy comments in here, Sean, just to kind of end this convo, relative to the CNMI, she writes, they have a very solid community-supported effort. I think we could have had that if we had more community. So definitely agree. as this pandemic has left a lot of us divided. And I'm not so sure we'll ever be able to come back again after this. But thank you, Sean.
Thank you guys. And just a big plug for the podcast. I will be dropping an episode later in the week. That's It, That's All. You can catch it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher. Again, That's It, That's All. It's a very proud member of the KOAM podcast.
What's your episode on, my friend?
Believe it or not, it's Christmas in the Islands. And I'm not singing a song. So, but it's... No. It's just a kind of a reflection of the season. It's kind of, it's a little bit different than the average podcast and that we've had in the past. So I'm very excited about it, but it'll drop right around probably Christmas Eve. So
well, let's get, we're off on Christmas Eve, but yeah, if you want to jump on Thursday, I'll shoot you a text. Hey, but just real quick, Sam Maguette, so Father Daniel is over in Talafofo. I kind of lost track of him.
Yeah, he started there recently when they moved Father Felix to St. Francis.
That's right.
And so it's been good. The village is getting ready for Christmas, and as Mayor Louise can attest, especially in her village, that all of the mayors are doing their darndest to prepare for Christmas. And we can't forget those guys, because those guys are also doing things. They're not being scared of what's happening with COVID. They want to celebrate the season and not be paralyzed by what could be this ongoing pandemic. And thanks to the mayors, my mayor especially, Mayor Bentaregui, and the village mayor staff for all that they do for all of us year round. So thank you to all of them. And again, thank you, KOAM, for all that you guys do, especially this Christmas time.
And thanks, Sean, for also bringing up Talafofo Parish, because I've actually been to when my Auntie Bobby's father passed away and everything. We went there, and it was the one of the rosaries leading up to the funeral. So it was around like 5:30 in the afternoon. And man, when you get the sun just starting to come there and it comes through the windows of the church, I mean, it's a beautiful sight. Very, very uplifting.
And by the way, the reason I go to Saturday 5 p.m. because the music ministry is good. Daniel Kinata, and there's a kid who has the same name as me, and my dad and my grandfather who sings in the choir. So I'm fully vested in that choir.
Hey, Sean, does Father Daniel still do the acronyms? Because I remember when I was going up at where he was before, he would always do like Easter. The E is for evangelical. The A is for this, or you know what I mean.
This past Saturday was piety, was the word of the day. So yes. I was listening to the sermon this week.
Well, I like Father Felix, because I go over to St. Francis, and I made this joke on Instagram the other day. It's like every sermon, he's always got to start it with so anyway, a priest and a rabbi walk into a bar. I think it's always got a joke, always hits, always great. Thank you, Sean.
These are the jokes.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Hey, you guys. Hey, by the way, if I don't talk to you before Friday, Merry Christmas to all of you all, and Merry Christmas to the KOAM family.
Merry Christmas, bro.
Thank you, Sean. Merry Christmas, my man.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Okay, there you go. Sean Gumatauta, that's it. That's all podcast. He'll be dropping an episode by Christmas Eve. It's a Christmas present, okay? All right. We're going to get with Mayor Louise right after the break. We are going to take a break. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box on this. What kind of day is it out there? You know what kind of day is it out there? It's 3 days from Christmas Eve kind of day out there, guys. Okay, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. And we're coming back with Mayor Louise, who's just trying to make her village that much more beautiful. We'll tell you how and why coming up after the break. Miss a link, miss a lot. Don't miss it. Good morning.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful, they're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Dueñas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated. I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
As you jam out and pray to our Novena to the Christ Child podcast, Jay.
Yep, we have all nine days in audio form, so it's portable. You can download the whole thing, take it with you.
So my mom did last night, and then I noticed that so was Sabrina, and then we actually put the songs where they go. So you'll hear like Chamalinians, Nagunad Zadzun, or whatever song it is for that night.
And if you want to make a community event of it, if you're hosting a party, staying socially distant, of course. We've also got the video version on YouTube, and that has the words. So if you haven't exactly memorized all of the prayers and in the right order and everything, don't worry. KUM's got your back.
Right. So check that out. Where can they get that, Jay?
That's on the KUM Podcast Network, right now, or our YouTube channel. So just go to youtube.com/KUM News and then hit playlist, and you'll see Novena to the Christ Child.
Thank you so much. We do that every year, so please enjoy that with your family, okay? Jay, it's Christmas. Happy holidays, but of course the holidays not so happy for some people, especially those who are struggling behind on their rent or utilities. So I think it's important we tell them about the Guam Emergency Rental Assistance Program, my friend.
Yeah, so if you guys are having trouble paying your rent bills right now, or you have had trouble going all the way back until March, the program's been expanded, extended, broadened, however you want to see it. If you did apply before, there's a very good chance you could now qualify for it. So if you've had trouble paying current month rent, or you have rent in arrears going all the way back to the beginning of the pandemic last March, in addition to utility bills, internet access, and moving expenses, please give the Department of Administration a call at 671-638-4518 or 4519 and ask about the ERA program.
Nice. Thank you so much for that. Let's go over to Tatuha, where the mayor of Tamuning Tuman Harmon is sitting by, Mayor Louise Rivera. Good morning, Mayor. Merry Christmas.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Lady in red. So how's your holiday season going, Mayor?
It's going good. We have a village Christmas contest going on. The deadline for registration is tomorrow, the 22nd, at 5:00 p.m. That will be our deadline for receiving all registration forms for all those with the Christmas spirit and have decorated their homes, condos, or apartments, one way or the other. All registration forms, those who submit one will receive a raffle ticket. So, even if you don't place first, second, or third, those raffle tickets will be drawn. There will be 10 winners that allows you to be lucky and win $25. But the first place winner will receive $500, second place $300, and third place $150. So there's a chance to win something just by registering. So we encourage everyone to please register, submit in your documents by 5:00 p.m. Here to the mayor's office, and we love to spread good cheer and just be spirited and put some kind of light or something in your place for people to see and just enjoy the beauty.
Mayor, have you been around? I'm pretty sure you've been around Tatuha. Where are some of the areas where people might see some of the displays that kind of caught your eye?
We have our big display, our Belen out in the park. And it's a joy for, many people don't frequent the park. They don't go into it, but they certainly pass by it. Yeah. Even if you're not living in the village, we have that. And it's always so wonderful to see families park, get down, take pictures with our display. But then even going around the community, I'm seeing a lot of apartments and condominiums, even in their little lanai, their little balcony, they have spirit. They have a lot of spirit, and they put up lights. They take time to do that, to spread the good cheer. And so, a lot of people might feel down, but then when they see, lights and angels and, a Belen, a frown can turn into a smile. And that's a wonderful thing.
It's what we call a Christmas miracle, when those frowns get turned upside down.
And I think that's also wonderful because, like when I was young and we would go around to, around Tamuning and everything, it's like, all right, you have to go to Jonestown because that's where all the the really nice displays are. But now, it really truly is, Tamuning's got its own, its own culture, its own vibe. And you go down to Tumon and of course, maybe it's a little bit more cosmopolitan. And then, up here in Harmon,
so maybe more urban industrial.
Mayor, I'm seeing a lot of those, like those robotica, the robotica, the Bonado, like the deer, the one that just
Yeah, the AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've had some of those way back, but then of course with criminal mischief, vandalism,
come on, Mayor, nobody vandalizes Christmas decorations. Get out of here.
We used to have all that in front of the mayor's office, but people wanted it for their place.
That's sacrilege, man.
There's a special place in hell.
It's really sad, and I know other mayors too have expressed their concerns about having to lift up their displays real high and to try to keep it away from criminal activity.
Is that why Mayor Alec put his nativity up in the tree?
I'm not sure why he did that, but it is beautiful and it's very creative.
It's very cool.
Yeah, I admired that. Yeah, even with us, we end up doing the cutouts, because we want it to be big for everyone, even the motorists to see, as they drive by our park, so we have it big and cutouts, and we really appreciate all the wonderful community donors, those that have given different things to help put this Belen together. But along with all that going on, we also are bringing Santa Claus around the community.
You know Santa?
So that's for the
Mayor, hold on.
all
Mayor,
the families and children to look forward
Mayor,
to.
Mayor Louise.
Yes.
You know Santa Claus?
I know Santa Claus.
She's
know
got the
our
connects, man.
Wow. What kind of guy is he?
He's a wonderful guy that spreads good cheer, and that's just wonderful for all of us. We really need it right now.
Amen.
And we always look forward to this time and getting to meet up with Santa and bring him around to the children, especially now the kids are on break from school. And so we will be going around the communities today and tomorrow, bringing Santa Claus around and just playing music and giving out candies.
Yeah, Mayor, Santa has a very special place in Chris's heart because Chris Barnett is the only guy who's simultaneously on the naughty and nice list at the same time.
I kind of Sasa right both. Because I'm just like, yeah.
I would not have described it like that, but
It's multitasking.
It
Okay,
works.
Thank you.
You Sasa on the naughty and nice list.
Where
Nice.
does Santa put his reindeer? Asking for a friend.
I'm sorry?
Where does Santa put the reindeer while he's here? I'm asking for a friend.
Okay, well, we've been feeding them behind the Timoning gym.
All right. Okay. So
They pasture right back there.
You better go count those deer again, Mayor. Yeah.
But some of them look like the stray dogs that
All
are
right,
running
now
around.
go. Nice.
Mayor, I wanted to ask you real quick. The last time we had you on, basically I proved that I've worked here in Harmon for like better than 22 years, and I am an absolute moron.
You
because
need
I
a
was-
key to the village, Jay.
Yeah, because I was saying, I was like, oh, Harmon is like one of the few villages that like doesn't have a parish, and then Mayor Louise jumped immediately,
Yep.
in the thing, and she's like, no, Church of St. Andrew Kim, which is
Yeah.
right up the street from us.
I know.
And then we looked it up on Google Maps and everything. I mean, I've always seen the structure. I didn't realize it was a Catholic parish and everything, but it's a
Yeah.
beautiful church.
I know. And Jay, I mean, the members of that parish, I mean, I wonder if they felt offended that you just kind of like glossed over their whole existence.
Yeah, totally. No offense intended. But Mayor, as as someone who knows this area of the island best, how often do you get people are saying, like, I'd like to go to church like in Harmon and everything like that, and they ask you where they can go in the villages?
Well, I have run into many people that tell me that they're Catholic, and then especially if they're of Korean descent, because we're seeing majority of the population that attend that parish is of Korean descent. And so there are also many members of the Korean community that don't know about it.
Wow.
So it's always a great joy to be able to share the information and let them know what we have out there.
Right on. That's
Yeah.
where. So I bet after Mass on Sunday, when they have their, sometimes they'll have their little merienda after, like in San Isidro, they always they have a little breakfast. So over there, I know they probably got like the kalbi, the banchan, the kimchi. I mean, we need to go over there, Jay. You don't have to be Korean, right? Anybody can go.
Right, anyone can go. I know I was talking to our pastor, Polly Mike Chrysostomo, and he was saying that he's also going to be having our priest from St. Anthony go up to St. Andrew Kim. So I was, I'm interested in attending Mass there. I haven't attended Mass there, and I look forward to experiencing Mass, So I'll let you know how it goes, and maybe you guys can join me.
That sounds really
Absolutely.
awesome, Mayor. That's on my bucket list for 2022. I want to go to get communion in every church on Guam, so I'll be heading over there, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Also, I just also like everyone to save the date because, it was great news getting feedback from Guam Police Department in regards to Neighborhood Crime Watch. I want everyone to save the date and see if they have any questions or concerns. Either they can, send it in to me, give me a call the mayor's office, or, we're even allowing face-to-face, depending if they're, they get their temperature check and they're okay to come in. We're sanitizing and wearing our face masks. The Neighborhood Crime Watch meeting with Guam Police Department will be next week on December 29th, Wednesday. 6:30 p.m. at the Tumaning Community Senior Center.
Mayor, what's going to be on the agenda? What's going to be on the agenda for this?
This is a request of our residents that are part of the Neighborhood Crime Watch. We usually have our quarterly meetings. It was kind of held up because of the pandemic and everything that's going on with our with the scheduling and then the use of the censure. But now I got word from the Guam Police Department that they're able to make it happen, and they will be here with us on December 29th.
What are some of the concerns of your residents in your villages about neighborhood crime?
Well, just the response, of course, of the Guam Police Department, and when things are happening, when people are seeing, different concerns, they the kind of feedback they're getting and response time, stuff like that. So it's more of how residents can help one another to prepare, and then also for the Guam Police Department to give us tips, especially during this holiday season with a lot of things happening. We are also a great big business community, so we have so many people traversing through our communities, and so any pointers or tips that the Guam Police can give us, we greatly appreciate and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before you go, so how active is your Neighborhood Watch program?
It is very active. They keep us well informed, so suspicious vehicles, suspicious people walking around, scoping out other people's houses. I love that the neighbors are helping to look out for one another. And, right away, they'll be, they'll inform each other about a vehicle outside their house. Are you expecting someone? Are you expecting any type of service? Things like that. So, which is really wonderful.
That's great to hear. And when is the meeting again and what time?
It will be on Wednesday, December 29th, 6:30 p.m. in the Tumaning Community Senior Center.
Thank you very much, Mayor Louise, and Merry Christmas on you.
Merry Christmas. Take care.
You too, Mayor. Right on. Let's keep it with the mayors here and go over from Tatuha. We'll let him finish chewing his... I don't know if that's Aras Kodu you're eating, Mayor.
I'm eating cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll. There you go. Sinanya, he's putting the sin and cinnamon roll over there in Sin City.
That's a good idea.
Right on.
Trademark that.
Mayor Hoffman, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I love the banter between you, Jason, even Mayor Louise. I was wondering if you were asking where the deer was because you were going to take a leg for Kelly.
I was just asking for a friend. That's all. Hey, they got 4 of them. They're not going to miss one leg, Well,
the mayors continue to get the deers from Anderson, so I know there's a rotation schedule. So every so often they call the mayors up to pick up the deer that they were called, that the Anderson called. So we got ours a month or 2 ago, and it was quite nice. And so it really, a lot of people enjoyed that.
Oh, wow.
So I know that's still on rotation.
Oh,
so Louise, did you get yours already? If you didn't get, can I get your half?
We weren't notified. Yeah, we're waiting for them to tell us when it's our turn.
Okay.
Many people have already requested, and they want to be notified when it's our turn so they can go and get it.
I think you're after me because you're T, so we're S, then you're T, so you're probably next.
Okay. Awesome, because people are partying still, and they want their Keliguin Banadu.
Man, I want some deer Kodu. That's what I'm missing.
Oh yeah.
I'll see if I can get you some parts, Chris. What part do you want?
The petna, the ribs. I like any part. I'll even take the eyeballs. Hey, Mayor, how's the deer on the base taste though? Is it gamey?
No, the ones that I know that we gave, they actually really liked it, and they don't really discriminate when it comes to size. So you can get from as small as a little baby deer to as big as a 4 or 5 pointer on the antlers. So It's quite large, and some of them, and they give it to you everything. So you got to skin it and do the whole 9 yards. And I think we were able to get, I want to say like 26 deer total, because we had 2 runs. One was, I think, 15. The other one was the remainder of that. Of that, we were able to do pretty good. But yeah, it's just waiting up. I think we ended up leaving the Anderson gate around 2:30 in the morning.
Wow.
We were told to be there by 10 something, and it's a waiting game. But at the same time, it just brought a lot of our friends who really enjoy the deer, and so we have a long list, and so we kind of already knocked that out, and then we are now waiting for it so that they kind of move off the list and waiting for the next round, and we'll give the next group that signed up.
Yeah. There's a song that a very talented group of guys did many years ago called Rudolpho the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it's all about exactly what Mayor Hoffman's talking about, why, kids, Santa might be late with your presents sometimes because he has to park the reindeer sled out in the ocean because there's too many hunters on Guam. So if your present's late, it's not your mom and dad's fault, okay? It's just Santa's trying to keep those reindeer safe. Hey, Mayor, I know because you guys at Christmas in San Antonio, you're doing the Ho 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 Home Holiday Decorating Contest here.
That's right. We actually just concluded. We announced the winners yesterday. We're so impressed at how everyone just got really creative, thought outside the box. We didn't really give a theme this year, so it really let everybody use what they already had in their garages and in their storerooms. And we saw some very impressive designs and creativity and originality of what they want to do. So some of them used recycled materials. Some of them made a mini Christmas village out of styrofoam and cellophane and lights. And so we're very proud. And so we had about 25 entries, but there's more than 50 plus homes in Sinahan that are decorated. And we want to make this a traditional thing. So there's a lot of efforts that kind of went into it. And some of the people we interviewed and we talked to about joining the contest, they started planning since June. So I was like, wow, that's very far thinking ahead to kind of get your Christmas decorations up. And so they started fabricating some of the things they wanted to use. So it's exciting. And then we just told everybody, just put up even a string of lights and you enter. And so we had raffles for those people that did that. And so we pulled 2 winners. So they got $100. And I was shocked when I saw my power bill a few days ago. So I know all these houses with the lights, they're going to kind of they're going to get the shock too with all the LEAC rates that kind of jumped up. And I was like, wow, this is going to be an interesting Christmas or interesting conversation come January when the bill comes in.
Well, at least you waited until after the contest was already underway to talk about the power bill. See you, Mayor. See you, Mayor Luis.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the reality we're living. I don't know. We, in our family, in our household, we're a family of 5. We're trying to figure out ways, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the people of Guam are the same way. Is how else can we lower this? We're shutting off the water heater. We're not using as many lights as we normally had. Short of trying to actually convert into going to solar energy savings. Yeah. There has to be some relief out there to figure out a way, because I mean, we have the silicone roof coating and everything else. So I'm just like, wow, we got to figure out more ways. So I walk around just turning everything off now. So I feel like we live in a cave.
My mom is the GPA police. But you're right, Mayor. I mean, it kind of seems like even when you do all those little things, it doesn't really affect the bottom line of the power bill. Because I went through that whole routine. Well, I'll turn off the water heater. And then you hear like, oh, it's actually better to leave it on because if you keep turning it off, it doesn't surge. Or the air con, they say, oh, don't turn it off and on. So I don't even know. And anyway, when I was doing those things, it wasn't really making a difference on the power bill. But with the Christmas lights, what Jason talks a lot about is the LEDs. Like there are a lot of people who use the LEDs for Christmas, and they say their power bill goes down.
Well, everyone they've done LEDs, and people in their households have also changed to high efficiency air conditioning. So, like I said, people have made those incremental steps or large steps to kind of try to save power. But as they try to make that savings, then it gets bumped up by the LEAC rate, which I didn't understand because the worldwide cost of oil is actually lower. And so I'm just like, I don't know the math on this one. So I'm hoping there's some other solutions out there that help provide that relief. Because I mean, power is just crazy. I mean, power is like 1/3 of your paycheck. So that's kind of that shouldn't be that way. When you go to other countries and you find out what their power bill costs are, it's way different. So I'm just, kind of confused, and I hope there's some solutions down the road that, we really either ramp up using the solar farms or wind energy or something else that we can kind of figure out to give the relief to the people, because the LEAC, I think of my bill is 2 times that of what the actual power consumption is. And I'm just like, wow, we're supporting somebody somewhere.
Well, Mayor, usually when I bring up the power bill, I'll get a message from someone in the CCU or, one of the utilities, and usually explaining away, the concerns or whatever. So stand by. Maybe I'll get a text.
I understand why it's there. I just don't know what else families can do to help save. And, it's just, like I said, where everyone's sporting high efficiency air cons, everyone's using LED light bulbs, everyone's doing what they can. They have the Last American on their roof. I'm trying to figure out how else we can save, and I don't know other ways that we can really just make it cheaper. I mean, like I said, short of going into adding solar on everything, there's no other way that I think I could actually have that savings. I mean, my air cons are at the correct temperature. They're only on for a certain period. The kids complain, but I'm just like, I don't know what else to do. Trying to pay tuition and everything else, pay a mortgage. So I can understand the struggles that family have.
Mayor, I wanted to, because I know we can't ask you on about the holiday decorating, but then I also saw there was a flyer going around about the reopening of the senior centers. Did you see that?
That's right. Yes. We're tasked. We've been tasked to work with public health, and we're trying. But we know we're going to open January 10th. That's the date we are going to do it. The congregate meals that we've been delivering, over 1,300 meals that the mayors have been doing since March 15th of last year, been delivering. We're actually going to stop that come January 10th. So Friday will be the seniors' last meal, those who receive it at home. And it'll now be a congregate meal, which requires the senior to go to the center. So we know a lot of the seniors were kind of disheartened about it because, they're and it's true. They say, the pandemic's still there. There are concerns, but, the way the grant works for that specific food program, it's for a congregate meal. And they only got a waiver because of the pandemic, but they saw the vaccination rates of Guam. They see all the other statistics that Guam have, and they say, you got to move forward and reopen those centers and kind of get back to some type of normalcy. So we've been doing assessments on what our needs are. A lot of the recreation leaders have been calling, finding out vaccination status, if they're going to be returning or not. So we know the numbers are kind of dip on the first day. They're going to kind of see how they are, but it's a matter of getting the air filters in place, putting in the additional personnel to help with sanitizing and cleaning and kind of the maintenance. That the transportation aspect of that is already handled. We're kind of set on that. In talking with seniors, are going to continue to use the bus transportation to get to the center. And then I think some of the harder ones are the repairing of the leaks and some of the more difficult things that need to be addressed, where the mayors are not the property owners of the building, but public health is. And that's always been a contentious issue because, my question always was, doesn't public health have a maintenance department? They can't send somebody to do this. And, sometimes it's a snail process of getting simple things fixed. So we're finally kind of on a way. And then we were asked last week that they're going to provide test kits for us. And so on tomorrow's meeting, they're going to show us how to use the test kits to have people self-test themselves for COVID. So public health has a bunch of kits, and I think they're going to give it to the centers for those seniors that if they're starting to feel some kind of symptoms, they can step away into the isolation room and do the Q-tip thing and put in a little machine to test it and see if they actually have the COVID or not. But so far, the responses has been positive. A lot of seniors want to come back. They need that socialization. They need that, they need the socialization to help with memory care. I think that's very vital. And some of them have, and some of the seniors we talk to, they don't want to come back at all. So we just know that come January 10, their families, and they have to figure out a different way to get nutrition. So for those that are not wanting to come back, they're being referred to case management to try to see if they can get homebound meals, to see if they qualify for homebound meals, which is a totally different program.
Yeah.
But that's why we're trying to do our due diligence. And yesterday we sent out the second notice. So the total seniors are going to get 4 notices that the meal program is going to end, because we don't want them to come January 10 and realize they don't have some type of food security. So the mayors, in conjunction with public health, and we tell people, this is not the mayor's saying, it's not our call to stop the meals. It's part of the program, and we're just following the rules of what public health is. Because some mayors are, why are you doing this to me, mayor? I'm like, it's not me. It's none of the mayors who are doing this to the seniors. It's part of the program that public health administers. We just have to follow what they say, that the meals will now be brought to the center. And part of the things is people are saying, can I pick up my meal there and leave? No, it's a congregate meal. It has to be consumed on site. Some want to eat in their car. It's not allowed. But public health did work with the Port Authority to get the shields on the tables. Like I said, the air filters are in place. They've removed much of the furniture in most of the centers to allow for social distancing and space. So we are confident in the mitigation plans. I think that, if the restaurants and the other places can do it safely, and so far it's been working well, I think we can make that transition.
Mayor, are we concerned at all? Because I heard some grumblings about with the social distancing and all that we might not be able to fit all of the Manomku who are currently, like, let's say, okay, you got X amount of Manomku who are receiving the meal delivery. Theoretically, if they all migrate to the centers for the congregate meals and the return of the senior centers and the opening and all that, are we going to be able to accommodate that many Manomku at the center level? And
so
if not,
yeah. So we kind of did in the calls that the recreation leaders have been asking. That's why they're asking. Are you coming back? So we kind of take a head count there. So we take what Public Works approves as a total allow occupancy. Then we figure the formula out for the safe distancing. Then we figure out who want to come back. So what we know is 6 centers are above capacity right now in terms of meal deliveries, but that's only 6 out of 12. The other 6 actually below their total attendance on a regular day when they were open. So we realized we can actually shift some people to some centers. So for example, if Jigo is at capacity, we can actually shift them to the Estumbo Center, which can accommodate more. So that's kind of the groundwork that we're doing right now, is figuring out how many are going to come back. So we know there's going to kind of be that dip because some really, aren't feeling that it's safe enough. And, they did get their booster, they did get their vaccine. And some families have said, they don't want mom or dad to return, which is totally understandable, which is why we're trying to refer them to case management so they can get the food, the meal services at least delivered on the weekends and the weekdays to their homes. Those homebound ones it's a totally different program. But I know from our discussions with public health is those programs are at capacity right now also. So it's finding out who's on a homebound that wants to go to a congregate meal and who's on congregate that wants to switch to homebound. So we ask all seniors, if you haven't gotten the call from your recreation leader, please call your senior center and inquire with them so they can make that referral to case management. Because, that's my gripe was I'd like these seniors to know sooner than later, than rather saying, here's your 2-week notice, meals are ending. So I'm glad we're at least at the 4-week mark. I would have liked it at the 6-week mark or even prior, and have that discussion like we're doing right now with you. I think you're the only media that's ever asked about the senior centers reopening. And this is something that people are going to kind of either find a shock to, because it's the holidays, no one's really paying attention already. They're like, they're looking for the sales, and they're realizing they're skipping over the big news, saying, what, mom and dad's food's going to stop on a lunchtime, or we have to figure out a way to take care of them. So, have that discussion with your families, whether you want mom and dad to come back, and then make those calls to those senior centers, because that's critical for us trying to figure out the capacity issue. So right now, some centers have changed from using the 6-foot table, the large one, the 3-foot by 6-foot table, down to the seminar style tables, which, and then someone alluded to last week meeting was, why don't we use the GDOE mitigation plan? But the difference between us and GDOE is GDOE has a ton of people who can actually help implement that. And classrooms are only 20 people in the class or whichever size. We have 44, we have anywhere from 40 to 50 to 100 in a single room, and 1 recreation leader. So there's a big difference in trying to do the mitigation plan for school, which is why we're figuring out how else we can get additional people in there to specifically help clean and monitor. As the seniors get on and off the bus, the recreation leaders should be there to make sure they're safe. As the seniors, move about. So there are going to be restrictions. Probably for the first few weeks, we're not going to allow for the kitchen use. So they're not going to allow to use the microwave and the other stuff there for now, just until we figure out how to deal with the high touch surfaces. So the rest area will be open in the senior centers. The congregate area will be open, but some of the other things that they would like to do, some places have workout areas. We're not going to kind of open that for the next few weeks until we figure out what else we need to do. Because you got to have all eyes on everybody. It's not like everybody can roam free anymore on this end. And we want to see, some of these seniors haven't been in this type of setting in a while, so it's going to take some time to get adjusted to. And, they got to kind of reorientate themselves to the building. And some of the buildings have undergone renovation, so it's going to take some time.
Mayor, that's a lot. Yeah, and I saw this flyer and I was like, wow, this is pretty huge because we have been, I remember that you guys wanted to reopen the centers before the surge hit, right? And then this conversation kind of got kicked down the road. I mean, thankfully, we couldn't definitely not open them during the surge. But I wanted to ask about the vaccination requirement because I know that there are a lot of Manamco who couldn't or didn't want to take the vaccine because, maybe they're elderly or they're, got pre-existing health conditions. So I saw that the guidance mandates that they have at least one shot of the vaccine. When you went kind of through the numbers and you said you were looking at the vaccination status, are there a lot of the seniors who are in these programs who are not vaccinated?
From the data I've seen, very, very little are not vaccinated. Quite a lot of them have their first dose. Some of them have their boosters, and they've given us really great kind of humor in some of the things that they've done. They got the booster. They say I got my booster. I got my Viagra. I got everything. And so I was like, okay, we don't need to know this, Grandpa. So it's kind of funny.
Maybe they're telling Grandpa, oh, this is a Viagra. Oh, give me two.
This will chase COVID away.
Yeah.
So, they're excited to come back. And I think that's the thing is that I think the delay that, we talked about that. We wanted to, I think it was July last year this year we wanted to open. And I think now we're at a point where we're very comfortable. We have weekly meetings every Wednesday at 3:00 with public health, with not just the Division of Senior Citizens, but with also some of the key stakeholders there who talk about the medical parts of it. And, we talked about the Omicron variant. And one of the things we wanted to do, and actually probably by next week, we're going to be passing out additional flyers, which talks about the different variants and types, because some people have COVID fatigue and sometimes people don't remember what exactly COVID is. So it's reminding them what the symptoms are, what they kind of need to understand. And so, like, here you go. As we prepare you to come back, we're going to be doing the following procedures. You're going to be getting your temperature checks, your mask, the social distancing, because, as they're at home, they're not used to that. And so now it's, kind of get used to wearing the mask in a setting and then unmasking for eating. And then how does yell bingo while wearing a mask? That's going to be another challenge for them.
I'm glad you're worrying about the important stuff, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. It's been a minute. It's good to catch up with seniors. You. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Hoffman. There you go, Mayor Robert Hoffman. Remember, you can join up with the Ho 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 Home Holiday Decorating Contest. First place, $750. Second place, $500. Third place, $250. And drive around Sinania. They've got a lot of awesome Christmas displays here. Guys, it's kind of funny because Mayor Louise J, she was talking about the neighborhood watch and how they'll put something in the chat when they see vehicles driving around suspiciously. But just know that we're telling people to go to your village and check out your Christmas lights. So if you see cars driving through the village slowly, just make sure first that they're not there to check your awesome Christmas displays. You know what I mean? Because I went through one village and you really got to slow down and roll down the windows and let the kids look and all that stuff. So
and what Mayor Louise was saying too, where people would actually like steal the Belen from the mayor's office.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I was gonna say not cool, but I mean that's like next level right there.
Yeah, it's Tuesday, December 21st, 2021. We're jumping over to KUAM TV. Again, the link is on the breeze right now. KUAM FM Magatni Guam. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to the link. Miss a link, miss a lot. Don't miss it this morning. We're actually going to be jumping over to the CNMI here as the Governor Ralph Torres is scheduled to address the media and the public over in the CNMI via press conference here. where our Tomas Manglotnia, of course, our regional correspondent, covering all things NMI. I mean, from the surge to the JGO hearings against Governor Ralph Torres to the latest, which is that there has been introduced to the CNMI articles of impeachment against Governor Ralph Torres. And so this press conference, I'm assuming, is going to be addressing that. I know he's been doing some like pre-recorded videos, but we're anticipating that this will be a live engagement opportunity for the public and for members of the media. Jason?
Yeah, it looks like they are just about getting ready to start. We are jumping in here. And once again, this is one of our colleagues, a longtime radio man for the Commonwealth, Gary Sword, whose radio program has really been one of the center points, along with people like Tomas covering this and everything like that. So he's Gary's been doing this for a while and everything like that. But Tomas has even emphasized that this is one of the biggest stories, second only to the pandemic, that has basically ever hit the
And just to be clear, the relationship with Mr. Sword's program is, I believe, he's contracted by the Torres administration to broadcast these events. And so we're going to go over to this now, Jay. Again, this is the link. It's 8:01, and we're bringing you live coverage of press conference with CNMI Governor Ralph Torres. Good morning.
Recording in progress.
A very pleasant good morning once again, everybody. KKMP here at your service this morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning here in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. As we shared with you earlier, we'll be having the Honorable Governor Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres on, along with our media partners that will be sharing information about our Commonwealth and how we're moving ahead. Governor, good morning.
Good morning, Gary, and good morning, KKMP. Mr. Mamay and Gort, and all to our media partners. We have Secretary of Finance. Of course, we have Chief of Staff Will. So good morning. Well, I know we've had quite a few busy couple weeks, and I just wanted to, before we start, I wanted to give my condolences to those that have passed in the last week or so. We just had additional death on COVID. That's our number 8. We also condolences to the families, not just to them, but also former Attorney General Rex Kolsak. I ask that the community please add them into your prayers. And so with that being said, on my restriction has been lifted. There is no curfew, and the government is back to operation starting yesterday. Also over the weekend, First Lady Diane and I and my kids joined the Toys for Tots motorcycle ride with Dr. Dan Chase, the Young Guns, led by President Buddy Igito, along with solo riders in partners, of course, with our U.S. Marine camp base BLAS. And so also the good news is today at around 6 o'clock, there will be a distribution for our Toys for Tots out here in the governor's parking lot starting at 6 o'clock. So I wanted to thank all the donors, all the partnership, volunteer who took their time and resources, and those that wrapped up the gifts for our children to have something to open this holiday. Again, there will be a distribution for Toys for Tots today at 6 o'clock at the governor's parking lot. And when you get in, you'll see the tent and stuff. So there'll be somebody that will be managing and directing the traffic. As much as those are good news, I am sad to also announce, as you guys know, my Press Secretary Kevin Bautista has left the office for another opportunity and will be working for NMC. As you know, he's been with me for the last, I think, 6-7 years. And as sad as I am, I'm actually happy to see him grow throughout the years, see him progress and having the opportunity. And even when I started this whole thing, they asked me, since day one, what's my biggest goal is to open that opportunity for others. And I see this as a stepping stone for him. And I'm happy that there's an opportunity and he took that opportunity. And I also encourage everyone that if you see an opportunity, take it and move on and make the best out of it. So again, I just want to thank Kevin on behalf of the family administration. Thank you for everything that you have done, all the commitment, the sacrifices, the late nights from all the typhoons. Him and I, along with other chief of staff and the department and the offices, have endured all the typhoons Sodelor, Mangkut, U2, and of course now the pandemic. But I wish him the best and I wish him well. That's about it. And just to make sure that everyone continue to wear their mask and stay as make sure you use the proper 3Ws, which is your mask, wash your hands, and your distance. I think other than that, also I wanted to wish and congratulate those that won on the CNMI Got Talent last weekend. I want to thank Breeze Capital for always putting up their resources and showcasing CNMI's Got Talent. This year is their 11th year. Despite all the challenges, they're able to, again, open this platform where they showcase local talents on what we have. And to all those participants, thank you for showing and sharing your talent to the community and to the whole world. We have several other things. We continue to have some tourists from from Korea, as we are continue to be exempted from the quarantine, returning passengers back to Korea. And we have also have credited the $500 to CUC to the residents' accounts. I guess other than that, I'd like to welcome everyone and open for questions.
No, thank you very much. Tom, you want to go first, then Tom, then Sally? Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. Yes, just wanted to start with your statement last night, Governor, on the articles of impeachment and the formation of a special committee on impeachment. Do you deny all charges outlined in the 6 articles of impeachment? Are you innocent in all of them?
Of course, absolutely.
In your letter, you wrote, the legislature should focus on policy and allow the executive branch to administer without undue interference. Let's put this behind us, work together. What does putting it behind us and working together look like moving ahead?
Well, there's a process that they've taken, and I respect that process, obviously. And for me, I'm going to move forward, whatever that process comes. And I still want to work with them. There's a lot of issues that needs to be addressed, and I don't hold any grudges, and we need to move forward.
Can we get your comment on the likelihood of proceedings? We know that there are at least 13 lawmakers who are backing the House resolution. It would take 14, 2/3, for any of an affirmative vote to initiate impeachment proceedings. What's your comment on the circumstances that your office is in at the moment?
Well, I'm very confident that at the end of the day, if they have the numbers for the House, I'm sure that in the Senate, I will be given the fair approach, and I'm confident that that proceeding will not go further.
And Governor, I also wanted to ask about the recent restrictions that expired. Based on what we know, the spread that is happening with COVID-19 is happening at households and social gatherings, and the restrictions that were put in place did little to address what we've learned to become some of the major public health concerns. Moving forward, we've had a spike in cases. This is week 8 of our surge. We've had more deaths in our community. What is the Office of the Governor doing to address this surge?
Well, first off, we wanted to make sure that everyone understands that not just the governor, but the CEO is here and the task force. We have done everything we can to sustain and protect the community here in the Sinamay. So don't take that for granted because the work that we've done in the last year and a half, almost 2 years, we've held the community down to 2 deaths before the surge. We've held the positive cases down to below 300. And so if you look at the success that we have done, while others have gone 3, 4, 5 waves, this is our first wave. And the fortunate thing is, as a community, as all the CHCC, first responders, task force, I mean, I can name on and on the things we have done to safeguard our community. We had road to 80% vaccination. We got that. Where I believe the last number based on census, we should be hitting at least 90%. Now, there is nothing we can do to 100% safeguard the community from not getting COVID. And we said that in the beginning. But what we continue to do is make sure that everybody's vaccinated and science. So what have we done to continue to, again, to safeguard the community? And we have seen the last that COC, correct me, out of the 6 deaths that I've been unvaccinated. So we believe in science, you know, again, very encourage our community that we need to get vaccinated. And those that have been positive, there are medications for it. So again, this is our first surge in almost 2 years, while others have gone through 4 or 5 different surges.
Governor, I think we're having a little problem with your microphone there.
With mine?
Yeah, now it's good. Now it's okay. All right. Tom, can give the other one.
Did you hear what I said?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, Governor. Just one last question before passing it on. A few weeks ago, I asked you about the ARPA spending plan. We have an update on that, and are you able to provide the public a detailed list of what has been spent so far and what's still left to account for?
Well, Secretary Dave would be the right person to answer more in details on that. But again, we want to give all the departments, and I would spend the money as much as we can and as fast as we can to make sure that those funds go back to the community, provide jobs and opportunities. So in terms of specific, Dave would be the right person to provide those information.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, we'll go to Sally and we'll come back to you, Tom, in the second round. Sally, go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
So I wanted to ask also, Governor, about your statement last night on the introduction of articles of impeachment. You stated that you're requesting that the speaker, have two main key points if they proceed on with their investigation, which is to appoint members, who are respectable statesmen and, do not have any pending or past ethics complaints, legal suits, or record of violation of laws. Have you received word back from the speaker about this?
Not that I know of. I don't recall seeing any response from the speaker.
All right, and can you tell us, just elaborate a little bit more on why you're requesting for these two key points?
Well, you look at the composition, right? Again, you put somebody that's fair, that there's no political agenda, and you look at the facts, and you accept those facts. For example, COC. Gary Camacho came in, the executive director for COC, addressed the issues, addressed the 170,000, acknowledged that the government did not pay and has not paid a penny to the governor's the account. That we took care of that account. I was the one that called COC, looked at the amount, and we addressed that issue. They didn't acknowledge that. So again, there's so many issues that they didn't want to acknowledge because they have their own political agenda. Tina Sablan, for example, she's running for governor. So politically already, she has a motive to make sure that she'll try everything she can to remove me because that's one less opponent on her. And I'm just saying facts again. And I don't want to go into all the other details, but if you look at the composition, if someone has charges against you for beating up an elderly or disabled or having an event, again, should you be sitting in the panel? So again, like for me, you put somebody there has no political agenda, no political motive, and look at the facts and be fair, and we'll move from there.
All right, thank you, Gov. And my next question is, are you still pursuing the lawsuit against the JGO committee and Sergeant at Arms Pedro Tuay?
No, Pedro I should not have named in the case. That I would like to make it for the record that his name should not be named on the lawsuit. And it's not just the lawsuit, it's again the integrity of the governor's position and the governor's office. That you can't just arbitrarily, any legislature who's not happy can go ahead and subpoena the governor. So now they can go ahead and subpoena the Supreme Court, Chief Justice, go ahead and subpoena any of the judges because politically they don't want, they don't like who they are or they want to get into the expenditure now. So again, that's where I stand.
All right, thank you so much, Governor. That's all the questions I have for this morning.
All right, Sally, thank you very much.
Freddie, go ahead, you have the floor.
Good morning, Governor.
Morning, Freddie.
Vice Speaker Ataw said yesterday that there is a severe manpower shortage at Department of Corrections. What's your plan to address the issue or the problem?
Well, the Department of Corrections, that's a little bit different, right? Because those officers need to get trainings. It's not somebody that you just pull to do a line for public works. So we are looking into cross-training, those that have prior history, workload as a DOC. But we are trying to address those concerns and those shortfall with DPS. So yeah, we are looking into that.
The House of Representatives did not act yesterday on the Senate joint resolution to approve your request for a 500 bonus to retirees. And they said they want more information from your administration. You know, this is, again, I'm very unfortunate. And now I'm going to say this. If you really care for the retirees, why don't you act on it? There's a resolution there that I've done in the past. This is not an appropriation bill. This is a resolution from the Senate stating that to give the governor authority to pay the retirees their bonuses. We have the funds, and yet they didn't act on it. You know, honestly, for all the retirees, I'm sorry that you're not getting your bonuses. I gave you my word. The funds is there. They removed my authority of 100% reprogramming. There's a resolution that the Senate passed. And if they was just to act on it, it would have been, you would have gone your 500. Rest assured that the 500 is still there for every retiree, and I hope the House can act on it. Whether they do their own resolution or just act on it as soon as they can so that our retirees can get their bonuses.
Last question, Governor. I think Benigno Pitial, when he was impeached or about to impeach, he resigned. Do you have plans to, or have you ever think of resigning too?
No. The issue here between former governor and myself is totally different issue. Absolutely totally different issue.
Thank you, Governor, and have a nice weekend.
Okay, thanks, Freddie.
Thanks, Freddie. Morgan, go ahead. Do you have questions for the governor?
No questions right now. Thank you, guys.
We have any more questions for the governor? He's got things to do.
Yes, Governor, I just wanted to talk about your trip to Guam. We understand that it was a fundraiser and also you had meetings with the governor of Guam. Can you give us details on your recent trip and what you did on Guam for the few days you were there?
Tom, it's a personal trip, but I did meet with Governor of Guam and visit her. We had a good conversation and continue to assure that our administration will help each other as much as we can, looking at the future and working together and seeing what kind of free trade that we can do and making the Marianas Working Group enhance that program. And we talked about other things in regards to ARPA funds and different partnership that we can work together in building a stronger relationship. Other than that, it's a personal trip.
Did you have a fundraiser?
Yeah, I did. I actually did. And I wanted to thank our community, all those business partners and friends that came out and supported the fundraising.
All right, thank you.
All right, Thomas. So with that said, Gary, I would like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and please be safe and enjoy the time with families. And please don't forget to continue with the 3W, which is wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance as much as you can. So again, be safe and enjoy. And Feliz Pascua para todos. Na fansafu mo na karamizo dan istin na Feliz Pascua bubula guinaiza dan pinasensya dan humidi para todos hamzulokwi. Quesemos buenos dias.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, there you go. That was live coverage of the CNMI Governor Ralph Torres' press conference there with our very own Tomas Maglotnia, regional correspondent for all things CNMI. We're going to switch gears, go a little more local, and look at what's happening here in the 671. Brought to you by Pacific Points. It is our 8 o'clock newscast with the very latest. Let's go ahead and head back to the KUAF newsroom with Isaiah Uggan and our link update. Good morning.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. As the bid for a private company to collect tobacco taxes is held up in the courts, the procurement of tobacco stamps has also hit a snag. Reverend Tax Oversight Chair Senator Sabina Perez says she is still opposed to a private company collecting taxes, but she stands by the stamp procurement, which failed due to a lack of qualified bidders.
So this procurement didn't go through. So I guess the next step to me, logically, is to resubmit it to a wider audience, because there are vendors out there, but it may not be here locally. So I think that would be the next step. So yes, I am support of giving DRT the tools that they need to enforce this. To me, it doesn't make sense to have a private entity do it for so much more.
Senator Sabina Perez said the private company would make 12% profit of what it collects in tobacco taxes, totaling millions of dollars that would otherwise have gone to the Healthy Future Fund, which goes to assist cancer patients and their families. More help is on the way for struggling small businesses. The application period for the $50 million Local Employers Assistance Program launched today. KUM's Nestor Lacanto has the details.
The LEAP program will provide direct financial assistance to small businesses that, according to the governor's executive order, experience extreme levels of pandemic-related interruption. Top priority will go to companies that can demonstrate a business interruption rate of 50% or more. The loan proceeds can be used for a wide range of operating expenses that ensure they can maintain and possibly increase employees. In fact, the loans may be forgiven if at least 60% of the proceeds are used for eligible employee wage and benefit costs. 50% of the LEAP program funding, or $25 million, will come from American Rescue Plan funds. The other half was appropriated from the general fund by the legislature in a bill passed last week that's awaiting the governor's signature. Gita will administer the program, and here's CEO Melanie Mendiola during discussion of the LEAP legislation.
From our calculations, to make this program meaningful for the businesses whom it is meant to impact, we were seeking a funding level of $50 million for this program. So if we were to not receive a $50 million level of funding for this program, then the program would certainly change in nature, and from there we can't. Once you hit go and businesses start submitting all their documentation, you don't really want to change up the information on them or give them false hope about what they could receive if you're not quite ready yet with what you have to offer.
Complete program information and forms are available on the Gita website. Applications will be accepted via email at leap@gitagrant.com or at a Dropbox at the Gita offices. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Guam Regional Medical City has been silent throughout the third surge, but with good reason. GRMC CEO speaks in on the increase in COVID cases just months ago. KUM's Daniel Perez has more.
What we did was to open another unit, an empty unit that was used for maternal child health services in the past, and that came up with a total of 18 beds. The challenge at the time was, of course, providing the staff to take care of this influx of patients. But we managed to get more travelers, and with the help of the DOD and the Department of Education, the National Guard giving some of their medical technicians and nurses, we were able to safely staff that unit.
GRMC President and CEO Alan Fontanilla providing details as to what the hospital did to care for COVID patients during the island's third surge. When asked if that unit is still in use,
we're back to not having that unit open at this point. We're able to now take care of them in the regular units.
At the forefront of the surge was the nurses who gave around-the-clock care to those battling COVID.
We have a great group of staff from the ER she mentioned, of course, to our inpatient units. And thank you to them. They continue to be at their best, on top of their games, really, by really being out there despite what you said, the fatigue from the pandemic. But their dedication and their commitment to patient care was always there. They were relentless in terms of their passion for providing care. So I'm very proud to say that our staff live up to the expectation of our island community in terms of the care that they deserve.
Should another surge come, GRMC assures residents that they are more than ready.
We continue to stay on top of the emerging developments, if you will. We're always continuing to look at our abilities and capabilities in terms of staff, supplies, and equipment. To this day, we continue to address our supply needs, whether we have a sufficient amount or not. And we do have a sufficient amount as we speak. So we feel very good about that. I hope we don't have the influx, obviously. I hope we see the end of this.
The GRMC encourages residents to get their boosters and vaccines to protect themselves from the virus. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Over the weekend, Saipan reported 2 more COVID-19 related fatalities. 8 weeks into its first surge, the hospital system set up a new COVID center to add to the frontline battle. KUM's Tomas Miglotnia reports.
It doesn't mean that we're going to get results for you faster than we already are, but it does mean is that you have somebody, at least a face to go to, somebody to ask questions and get answers from. So that's what really the intent of this center is.
A community COVID-19 center in Coblerville adding to the frontline effort. They're able to refer people for treatment, confirm testing, conduct contact tracing, and provide critical information.
I think it's great that we can capture the positive cases and be able to direct them to their next line of care. And the monoclonal antibodies are to also help reduce any pressure on the ER and on the ICUs. So anybody with symptoms who gets the monoclonal antibodies, that helps reduce their symptoms and helps reduce the pressure on the hospital and the ER.
Frontliners are able to breathe easier with this new centralized effort.
Immediately once the nursing team or Tent 2 is done doing the swabs, the specimens are brought in here, and then it's processed here on this table, and then they're laid out here for about 15 minutes for the results to come out.
That effort comes with an aggressive education campaign.
This is all close contacts. No one positive enters to this area. It's all negative folks who just are looking for resources on how to safely isolate and safely quarantine.
It's a holistic approach to living with COVID-19.
We have the tools to help you recover from this. We want people to start thinking about living safely with COVID.
Tomas Maglotnya for KUAM News on Saipan.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Well, above-step recruitment, as you know, has been quite the hot topic lately, and now at least one cabinet member is being recruited above step into a classified position, prompting at least one of your elected senators to say enough is enough.
Department of Youth Affairs Deputy Director Crescinda Uggan may be headed to public health as, on paper, the cabinet member for the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, the latest above-step recruit to make headlines. Uggan, the sister of Adelup Chief of Staff John Jr. Calvo, daughter of Civil Service Commission Chair Juan Calvo, and wife of Acting Public Health Human Resources Head Tony Uggan. Uggan, the HR administrator for the hospital, but an oversight hearing of GMH revealed he had been recently detailed to public health. The newly created classified position Uggan may fill, Human Services Administrator, and it pays $71,000 a year in salary. Senator Joanne Brown says enough is enough with questionable above-step hiring, the senator saying this particular recruitment full of red flags.
Because of that direct connection, you think that it would be hands-off. And, this isn't something the governor would be encouraging her cabinet members to do.
Meanwhile, public health spokesperson Janela Carrera tells KUAM there were 4 applicants for the position of Human Services Administrator. In a statement, Carrera said public health has, quote, initially selected Uggan, and that public health has also followed, quote, all the proper hiring steps so far in conformity with the law. Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Agustin also went to bat for Uggan in a WhatsApp message saying Uggan has, quote, expressed her intent to continue public service to our island's youth in a different capacity. She has applied as the Human Services Administrator for DPHSS as part of their newly established Division of Children's Wellness. This is an ongoing process and no final actions have been taken at this time. She remains the Deputy Director of DYA. Well, despite both Carrera and Paco San Agustin saying Uggan's hiring isn't final, Public Health released a public notice saying the department intends to hire Uggan above step.
On the face of it, looking at the information provided, it just really sends out the wrong message to the public. And certainly the fact that, we're hearing this almost weekly about these issues with regards to above-step recruitments.
Above-step recruitment is where a GovGuam agency is intending to hire a person above the step or pay grade they would normally make entering the position because of exceptional qualifications, experience, or education. Adelup and Public Health did not answer questions regarding any conflicts relative to Uggan's recruitment, whether other applicants were informed she was being recruited above step, and whether Uggan had the experience for the job. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
Let's take a look at some national headlines now. With COVID surging again across much of the country, some hospitals and clinics are using creative tactics to encourage child vaccination. Here's more with Jamie Yukas.
At Rady Children's Hospital in San Diego, the vaccination clinic is bringing in the big dogs.
Doesn't she look like a stuffed animal?
Yeah. On the day of our visit, we found Lucy, a golden doodle, and Tank, a golden retriever, roaming the halls. They're ready to take on the tears and fears.
You want him to do a trick for you before you go? Yeah? Okay. Have you ever seen a dog crawl before?
Fear of needles is common in kids and adolescents. So these canines are specially trained to comfort and cuddle.
Yay! So
much better.
5-year-old twins Camellia and Montserrat are immunocompromised. They came for their second dose of the COVID vaccine.
That's it?
But the panic ended quickly because the dogs helped them get past the poke.
Give me a high five. So good. Yay! Oh, so sweet.
They were very nervous and they didn't want to come back for the second dose. And the moment we entered and they saw the dogs, they ran into it and they were more calm.
Seems like the dogs didn't just help the kids, but also helped you.
Yeah, they helped us, the four of us.
8-year-old Piper and her 5-year-old brother Fox are also here for their second shot.
I really like animals and nature, so it kind of made me feel better with animals around. Shots kind of hurt a little.
I used to not like getting shots. Were you scared to get your shot?
A little bit.
Do you think every shot should come with a dog?
Yeah, because I think it makes people more calm when they have someone around.
Lucy's gonna help you. It was a scene repeated again and again as the dogs provided distractions for everyone.
You want Tank to come hang out with you when you get your vaccine?
Tank and his owner, Dr. Susan Duthie, both work in the hospital. When she's not volunteering with her pup, Dr. Duthie is a critical care physician in the pediatric ICU.
The dogs help the kids relax. They help them feel like they're not at a hospital. I had one little boy tell me today, this is the best day ever. I skipped school and I got to meet Tank and Lucy.
Didn't think about the shot at all.
He's like, well, I don't care about the shot. It was really sweet.
This is her doctor costume. Volunteer Melanie Jacobson says part of the fun is the characters they create.
I see the kids crying, I see them anxious, and then she comes in and I tell them stories about her. I tell them how she likes to lie in bed on the pillow, and they start laughing and they forget about why they're here.
It's an idea that's catching on in vaccine clinics from Boston to Austin.
I didn't cry.
Back in San Diego, 15 four-legged friends rotate shifts, putting a positive spin on the shot.
I think it'll help long-term make them not afraid of getting their shots.
And that's important.
Very important, right? They've got a lot more to go.
Giovanna Marcus says her sons were dreading the day, but that changed when they met Tank.
We didn't expect that. We didn't expect that. So it was amazing and we appreciate it.
And grateful to man's best friend for sticking by their side.
Thanks, Tank.
Jamie Yukas, CBS News.
That was a delightful story. Good job there. All right, back at home, new year brings new cockfights, as that's exactly what's being advertised in a viral graphic for the Dedido Game Club, also known as the Dedido Cockfighting Dome. The Flyer is calling all such fighters to come out on New Year's Day for a 3-cock derby. The Flyer tours its cockfight action every week at the Dome, despite a federal law banning cockfighting in the U.S. and its territories. Once again, here's Chris.
New year, new cockfights. That's exactly what's being advertised in this viral graphic for the Dedido Game Club, also known as the Dedido Cockfighting Dome. The Flyer calling all cockers to come out on January 1st for a 3-cock derby. The Flyer further touting cockfight action every weekend at the Dome, despite a federal law banning cockfighting in the U.S. and its territories. Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action.
There's no question that a lot of people recognize that cockfighting has been going on a long time, but most people on Guam don't support it. They support the federal law. And I think most people recognize that even if they think cockfighting is okay and they don't like the federal law, that it's the law.
The cockfight calendar showing entry fees and pots totaling hundreds of dollars, not including the side bets, which can easily put thousands of dollars in cash up for grabs for cockfight winners. While the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration has publicly said enforcement of the federal cockfight ban will have the, quote, lowest priority for Gov Guam, according to Rev and Tax, the regulatory agency has nothing to do with cocking or the cash that comes from it. DRT Deputy Marie Lazama telling KUAM News via WhatsApp, under current federal law, cockfighting is illegal. DRT plays no role in regulating this type of gaming activity. That means Gov Guam's general fund doesn't see a single penny benefit from cockfighters or the Dome's earnings. Senator Joanne Brown said the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration should stop turning a blind eye to fighting birds, saying it has become, quote, right to do the wrong thing.
There's a whole undercurrent, as you know, that's going on in this community that's not not taxed. I mean, that be it, cockfight money, drug money, whatever the case may be. It's a whole other economy that's circulating that you don't really hear a lot of activity, even with regards to those issues and those cases or enforcement action.
Meanwhile, Public Safety Chair Senator Pito Terlahi released a statement criticizing Pacelli's release. Senator Terlahi in the release called Pacelli an outsider, stating, quote, "We have real crimes to deal with and we should not commit any law enforcement resources to appease an outsider who doesn't even recognize our human rights."
We've seen that public officials in some other parts of the United States have been corrupted by the cockfighters. It's not necessarily the campaign donations, it's money on the side. And I have no evidence to say that about anyone on Guam, but I've seen it happen before.
Pacelli added that he would be alerting federal authorities about the upcoming cockfights at the Dome. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
And let's get you up to speed on the latest data with Guam's fight against COVID now. As 7 people last night were hospitalized, as of last night, were hospitalized with COVID-19. 4 are vaccinated and 2 are unvaccinated. 18 new positive cases were confirmed from 85 tests performed Sunday. The CAR score has risen 0.2 to 0.8. Now, what is of particular concern is that Public Health also received 73 new results from virus samples taken during the first half of October. All 73 of those samples, 100% of them, were identified as the Delta variant of concern. And we do want to pass along some information to you about vaccinations as the vaccination clinic, because of course this is a holiday week, as is next week, Christmas Eve being on Friday, Christmas being on Saturday. The Northern Regional Community Health Center will be open on Sunday, December 26th, as well as Sunday, January the 2nd, if you would like to get a vaccine boost. The Southern Regional Health Center down in Inalahan is open from the 20th through the 23rd, and then the 27th through the 30th. The UOG Fieldhouse in Mingilao is open from the 21st, so today through the 23rd from 11 to 5, and then December 27th through the 30th from 11 to 7 p.m. Please make sure to check out tinyurl.com/VAXGuam, and please make an appointment to get your shot. In response to the ongoing Red Hill water crisis in the Aloha state of Hawaii, Pratehila Texan locally is holding a peaceful protest this afternoon down at Adelup, pointing out that this is a real scenario for Guam. The group stated our island's sole source aquifer that provides as much as 90% of the local drinking water is at risk of contamination due to military development above it. The family-friendly event starts at 4 p.m. at the Adelup Field. And now here's Uncle King Conception with your day's headlines in English.
Buenos updates to get some to be finute sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Masasanatan ni opisina ng gobyerno hafa para usangan ni Presidente Biden por hafa para matsogi por the Omicron variant ni COVID-19. Lo para pago para makonsiga no Adelup alfa ilig na magahaga Duliong Guerrero gi Bednis no ilig yan nataza trabia makonfifirma na kausa ni Omicron lo manananga na sempre alfa tumagi. Adyo na debilita tsogi todin na sinyata para taha este imena 4 na ginit pinakinahudo este na tsanod. Kung ginigi KUAM TV zanidun mami sagan medan susyad gi internet para mas informasyon no taimano paron ega statemento ni Presidente gi Merkulis oran guahan. Mas artikulo Unuwihi man maatake na mapuno si Adam Messier sa maprebe masutanya guato gi third party na custodian. Si Donovan Elliott Alianza Cariaga ano gimena ni Magistrates na West Jonathan Kwan entry video na konferensya tani abogado na Sam Tecker. Ma-requesta si Tecker na ma-release sa Cariaga guato gi na Nanya Itilunya Palawan tani nubiuna Itilunya Palawan para fan third party na custodian. Kawad din si Kwan na probation na official siya para fan hano guato gi na guma sa matuli todi paki ni Gayi Guihi. The debilokate na si Cariaga wapasid das $1,000 na salapi para conditional bail who report gi watigi probation na opisina sa sibahi gisimana una sabi as electronic monitoring na cosas that the video contact si Brandon Flaherty, Curtis Blas dan si Tamashina Rios. Ito na hearing sa para masusili gimenan West Alberto Lamarena. Ito mo na sunto para bago na matis gifinut sa moro gin ni KUAM News. Pero respondensi masusili na pinadiktum hanum gi Red Hills git sa Hawaii i grupo gini git sa Guam i Pratehila Texan pat save Ritidian sa profan man protesta bago na dea gi hatin gi menan opisina ni gobyerno gi sa Adelup. Masangan sa magahilokwi na sinata susili esti na dinisgrasya gini gi islata. Ito ni US Navy na fuel reserve na tangki gipapatano sa mapta gitlataf-taf pago na mes na tinatmi mazod na suplikan hanom para iwahu da tatsi put meet siya na tautawgi. Aja na aquifer sa suplika kasi 400,000 na residente guihi destimoana lua estamana lua. Ipertehilitekjan sa puruma susedi protestan niha, dan puruma fatasia atta jan dinanya, puruma taha adjana klasen din disgrasya, numa susedi giza Hawaii guni gita nota. Mama kumbibida komunidad paguna dia di alas 4 hasta alas 6 gipapaingi, gi plasan adilo para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut samuru sa presenta jan ina fatto ni familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes. From the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Thank you so much to First Hawaiian Bank for sponsoring our news in Chamorro every weekday morning right here on the link. And a special shout out, guys, it's Tuesday, so it's time for Tuesday treats on the link. Courtesy 3 Squares Marketplace. And today we're tagging a Guam favorite. Yes, it's been a minute, because I know I dabble plenty, as you can tell, in the tamales gisu, but tamales mamis, been a minute. This is also called tamales mandioca or sweet tamales cassava, young coconut. Coconut milk and sugar come together for the perfectly sweet bite. And remember, 3 Squares, of course, they're closed on Christmas Day. But you can order tamales mamis and other chilled favorites like chicken kelaguen, potato salad, bread pudding for pickup on Christmas Eve. Trust me, the bread pudding, it's awesome. The Kelagwen's awesome. It's all awesome, guys. Have we tried the potato salad? Not yet. Not yet. Hint, hint. But I'm pretty sure it's awesome. You can call 646. No, I'm sorry. You can call 671-646-2652 or stop by for details and a very cherry and Merry Christmas from the entire 3 Squares team. Sir, are you getting the cam on that? I did. Tamales mamis with a little bit of black coffee. I'm an uncle. All I need is about 2 inches of butter on top of it. Thank you so much, 3 Squares Marketplace. Menongi. That's awesome. We've had some awesome food from 3 Squares Marketplace, guys. Give them a call, find out what they got. I know you're probably having your company lunch or whatever, right, this week. So call them 671-646-2652. Man, we tried the salmon. Remember the salmon we had with the brown rice?
That massive piece of salmon.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
I don't think I've ever seen salmon like served in an entree that was that big. It was a generous portion of salmon.
Very, very generous. We've had that. We've had the chicken kelaguen. We've also had the mud pie.
I was going to say chocolate mud pies.
That was great.
That.
So they got a lot of options.
Bread pudding.
Bread pudding is awesome. It was like 3 ingredients or something. So very simple, very delicious. 671-646-2652. Thank you so much to 3 Squares Marketplace. Let's take a little break and come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa-day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated. I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP HAFA Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP HAFA Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Alpha Day, I'm Angel Sawan. Have you ever run into a child that has no home or parents aren't there because of a different situation? This past year and a half, there's been over 400 kids that have no homes and parents can't care for them. My choice of giving is giving them an opportunity to find a home, to find the care, to find a smile, to find something to change their lives. The Mayor's Council of Guam, in partnership with the Foster Association of Guam and Harvest House, want to find homes for these kids. Help us find homes for them so that they can get the love and the care that they all deserve. We were kids once, we aren't now, but we sure don't want to make those kids grow up not knowing if they could have a future for themselves. Thank you.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas Lights Parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass Live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Hey, 902 KUAM FM, Agani Guam. Good morning, KUAM TV, Facebook Live. Thank you. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Three Squares Marketplace. Yes, that was delicious. Tamales Mamis. You check out Three Squares Marketplace. Hey, Maggie comments in, they have an amazing sampler with succulent meat, Kelaguen. It's called the Local Sampler. Yes, you can check that out, guys. Everything they make is really good. That from Gina. Three Squares does not disappoint. Amen. Good stuff. Senator Frank Blas Jr. In the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Morning, Senator. How are you?
Good morning, Chris, Jace, Bree. Good morning, Guam.
How's your Christmas season going, Senator?
Oh, well, you know, it's going. Okay. You know, just like every other guy probably, you know, they're not done with the Christmas shopping yet. Can't get the Christmas shopping done all yet.
Have you even started, Senator?
Yeah, I started. You know, it's Sunday, I think.
Oh, okay. Well,
you know?
That's not too bad.
Yeah. Oh well, thank God for thank God for gift cards. Not to take away from anything. Yeah.
So you've been going around a little bit. What do you kind of make of the state of the island? Because it kind of seems like people are spending a lot of money lately.
Well, you know, I mean, there is people that are spending money, but there aren't. But then there are many more that are not spending a lot of money because they just don't have it. You know, Chris, as we speak, you know, one of the things that I've got my staff working on is, you know, where are we at with our state of economy right now? You know, when you do your price comparisons between the price for a dozen of eggs, you know, cost us in early 2020, January 2020, and what it cost us today. And what is it possibly going to cost us down the road? And where is this economy going to be at about this time next year? I think that right now what we've got is basically, for lack of a better term, a false sense of what our economy is because of all the federal aid, the money that's been coming in. So what happens? What is going to happen to our economy when that money runs out? Okay, one of the things I appreciate with people spending is that there's a circular, the money is being circulated within the economy. But how much of that, is going to come back, and will that be sustainable enough to get us through the year? Because once that's gone, then what? We are far from, what were our economic drivers, pre-pandemic, in 2019 and before, isn't necessarily the case now, and we're far from it. And so, what are we going to do, or what's going to be happening, so that we can make up for that? And it's very bleak. So, we're looking at different, try to, if anything, save more money, get more money, or create new opportunities for money. At the same time, making sure that when the markets do open up, and I'm talking specifically about tourism, that we have businesses, and there are things that, first off, we can use to compete against other tourist destinations, and we can bring our tourists back. Are we going to get it back to the 1.6, 1.8 million that we anticipate? Probably not. It's probably going to take us a few more years. In the meantime, what are we going to do to be able to sustain the economy that we have?
What do we do, Senator?
Well, right now it's pretty difficult to have this kind of conversation when everybody's joyous because they've got their federal their stimulus money, and there seems to be really no incentive to be able to go back in, and it's difficult. When you're asking people to come back in and it's at reduced hours, and unfortunately for many people, they become used to not having to do this kind of work. So right now I'm racking my brain, and trying to find ways to be able to ensure that when the stimulus money, when the federal money, just in the last couple of days, the Biden administration, gets a shock when they find that their Build Back Better, or whatever that triple B stands for, may not have a chance for passage. And there goes a lot of the other monies that people were going to see as stimulus that will get us through. And even at that, it's going to cost us a pretty penny. It's starting to cost us a pretty penny, with the prices of everything that has gone up.
Yeah, Senator, you talk about reduced hours, people being called in to work, some people not being called back to work, but it's a whole other story on the government of Guam side.
You know what?
And I mean, and really, Senator, to me, it hurts my stomach looking at how it really looks like they're enriching themselves and cementing themselves and moving people over to classified positions and doing this above step recruitment and hiring over, at PBS or hiring all over the government of Guam. I mean, you're seeing like they're hiring, like a lot of hiring going on. That's not at all what's happening in the private sector, at least, from what you're saying. So how's that pill to swallow?
It's I hope that one day the government of Guam is going to realize that, it's not all, roses and dandelions. What makes the government run is the economy to run. What makes the economy run is for people to be back at work, or for people to be able to come in so that people can go back to work. And we're not talking about, having to take, 3 or 4 jobs just to get, 80 hours every 2 weeks. And so, yes, the government of Guam has been very cushy, and which is why I continue to press on the administration that in the utilization of the American Rescue Plan money, as well as the CARES money, whatever the monies that we have available that is supposed to go back to reviving a community, keeping an economy going, keeping an economy, putting money into government is not keeping an economy going. It's basically replacing what should have been coming from the community to be able to run a government, not the other way around. Okay, just because government function doesn't necessarily mean the community is going to function. What are we going to service when there's nobody there to be able to service? Okay, how does that put food on the table for that family who's working on reduced hours right now, or no hours at all, and continues to rely on food distribution lines, and whatever aid they can get. That's still the norm for many people today, that somehow people in our own government have turned a blind eye to.
Yeah.
And that's what's very frustrating for me, is being able to do this. I've introduced legislation that would, that wanted to spur the economy, to bring back things into the economy, so that, again, when the community gets working, it raises the revenues that the government needs to be able to function. It's not, okay, let the government function so that the community can benefit. There's nothing for the community to benefit when it's all going to the government. Okay, and so I understand, and I share in that frustration. Okay, unfortunately, I was part of that GMH oversight hearing initially, for the first few minutes, and I was perturbed when, okay, how do we start a hearing when a lot of the information that we were waiting for, that you're asking for, is we didn't have enough time to be able to put it together.
The Xerox machine broke.
And the Xerox machine broke.
Yeah, that was, I thought I heard it all.
I was like, you know what, we're going to be dancing in circles here. I need to work on things to be able to now help to fix the economy. So I left.
Yeah. Senator, I was just thinking about a friend of mine who is not a government employee. He's not getting recruited above step. But what he is doing is he's working like 3 different jobs because he lost his pandemic job. And so this guy's doing a grab and grub. He's doing another food delivery thing just to get by and to stay busy and to put food on the table. So, I think what's happened over the last couple of years is it's clear there's like this, I guess it's called the in crowd, right? The all in or whatever they're calling it for the campaign. But those people are doing really good. I mean, we're talking like you show up to work, there's a good chance you're going to get a $10,000 raise, right? There's a good chance you're going to get above step from a cabinet position over to now our classified employees have to compete with cabinet members for jobs. It's insane. And so it really seems like that segment of society, like everybody who is in, is like really taken care of. And then you have everyone else.
Well, and that's what I need to continue to fight for, is for everyone else. I'm looking at my screen here, and I'm seeing that one of the guys that you're going to be having on, is my primo, Roque Alcantara Jr. I tell you what, Roque went from a dream and an idea to now, just taking advantage of many opportunities, that are there. And that was, Roque, primo, and I tell you what, I've seen this guy go from just the ideas to on our family chat, make sure, Roque, make sure that the blueberry cream cheese, okay? Okay, but it's being able to look at the different opportunities that are available and to work at it and to provide him the support for that, okay? Because as we know, I mean, right now we live in a very digital and world-reach society. Okay, one of these days I'd like to be able to see, Roque's brand, that's being distributed, in the Midwest of the United States or in Incheon, South Korea. It's thing we got to start to look at different things like that. I've got Vince Borja in my office, and He's working at a lot of things as far as digital marketing and helping us get on track with a lot of these things. So while there's this frustrating because our economy as we've known it, does not exist and doesn't seem like it's going to be able to survive, in the very near. What are those things that we can do today, that we need to start to do today, that will give us that opportunity, not just to be able to now, earn, money so that we can put food on our table, but be now more consistent and more resilient. Okay. By the way, it's past 9 o'clock, so I can talk about the alcohol. He's got a new brand, and as far as soy flavored beer. But it's innovations like that we got to take a look at.
Together.
Monica and Cliff Guzman with their GUMA program. Guam Unique Merchandise and Arts. It's giving those individuals with the entrepreneurial spirit the opportunity to be able to move on and to grow in these things. We got to look at it the same, but is that going to be a fit for everybody for that individual who was helped to maintain a hotel, or was in a wait staff, working his way up in not in that restaurant business? Probably not. But so what are we going to be able to do so that we can help him to continue to work in that, so that when tourists do come, and other people do come, that business is thriving. That business is still going on. Tomorrow I'm going to meet with an individual who's already, unfortunately, because of what's been going on over the last couple of years, he's got no choice but to close down a business that he's had, in operation for decades. And to talk to him about, what made him survive? What is he going to do to continue on? And what kind of words of wisdom can he pass on for the rest of us? So that we can pick up and we can pick up on our in what we need to do to continue our economy. Our economy is, if there's going to be one mainstay on this thing, is the need for an economy to thrive. That's the only way we're going to be able to survive. Okay. There was a discussion I was having with my staff yesterday, in as far as it's great to have a medical campus, but then it's going to be a medical campus that is probably going to have to deal with a lot of medically indigent individuals, because they're not going to have the ability to have the insurance nor the ability to be able to pay out of their pocket. Okay, then how are we going to sustain that? So is that going to be necessary right now? So there's many things that right now, yesterday when Chris, when you and I were texting each other, and you said, I want to talk what's on your radar. I said, boy, that's a huge radar right now.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was getting into. You got a good point there about the new $1 billion healthcare complex. It kind of seems like what's going on with Guam Memorial Hospital, where it looks like we're more concerned about the image than the reality. And you're right. I mean, a $1 billion healthcare complex that our people sadly won't be able to afford going to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's like putting a castle amongst, in a barren village. How is that going to help the community? We'd love to be able to do this, and don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, yes, we'd love to be able to have state-of-the-art, medical facilities. So many of the things that we have to, that were necessary for us to go off island for, can be had right here. I mean, the greatest way to heal is to have family around you. I understand all of that. But at the same time, the reality is, that right now the community, has got a gaping wound in their economy. Okay, it's bleeding profusely. Okay, to the point where, without what the federal stimulus has provided was the life support, the ventilators that were necessary. Eventually, that ventilator is going to have to come off, and somebody's going to have to pay the bill. Are we going to have that ability as an economy to do so? Our family's going to have that ability to be able to use that facility, and be comforted in knowing that they have the financial means to be able to pay for the services that they need. And it's not a matter of trying to figure out as to whether or not should I get that surgery, or is it going to set my family back? Unfortunately, right now there are many individuals that have elected not to continue with medical procedures because they just got to hang on to the money because of what the family needs. So they're going to continue to suffer, and that shouldn't be the case. And unfortunately, if we continue to go down this road, it's going to get worse. Again, what is our economy going to look like at about this time next year? Is it going to be a Merry Christmas next year?
Well, thanks for the reality check, Senator. Yeah, and I mean, we are running the risk of, if we look at what we're doing with this money and investing it all in the government. I mean, you're right. In a couple of years, when we got to foot the bill for all this hiring that's happening now with the federal money, where are we going to be at? So it's good.
Yeah, because you see, when you're hiring all these individuals now above step and with new positions because new programs of this thing, 5 years down the road, when all of that federal funding that caused you to be able to hire all these people, when that runs out, what happens to these individuals? You're going to tell, okay, goodbye, because we're going to have to. And the programs that they had are no longer going to exist. Government of Guam has a habit of being able of now fighting, programs that says, oh, don't worry, it's 100% federally funded for the first few years, but then you're gradually going to have to take over. We've got a number of government positions that were created as a result of federal programs that were, that we brought on. And now we have that obligation, the people of Guam have that obligation to continue not just that program, but the employment of those individuals, when we couldn't afford it to begin with. And those are the things that we need to, pull back on the reins. I appreciate, that you guys have brought up, and as far as the concern, and as far as some of the hiring practices, as well as procurement practices in some of these areas. Now, is the administration going to heed this? Or is it going to be that because, I can do so because we're an emergency declaration and I don't have to follow any of the rules while we're in an emergency declaration? But eventually when this thing comes, when this declaration is expired or no longer exists, then what happens? Okay, and that's what I'm looking at right now.
Thank you, Senator, for your time this morning. I know you got some Christmas shopping to catch up on.
I got work to do, buddy. Okay.
You're right
Christmas
on.
Shopping, okay. Yeah, Christmas shopping is probably, like I said, these small little envelopes called gift cards.
Nothing wrong with that. Hey, it's a
Okay,
thought that
buddy.
counts, and you thought of it. Okay, Senator. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas, Guam.
There you go. Senator Frank Blas Jr. Hey, we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk about a new partnership we got with That's Hot Par coming up next right here on the link. And we've also got FHP with Hava Health Tips on the way. Good morning.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into the link every Tuesday for FHP Hava Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hava Health Tips on the link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KOAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season. This season, KOAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KOAM TV8 or from CBS on KOAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Catch SportsLink on the KOAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KOAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KOAM TV 11, live stream to the KOAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KOAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. KOAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Nagloña every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time.
To rock the night away. Oh, Skank the Night Away. Sorry. Changed it because it's Reggae Peter Cruz, formerly a Tribal Theory, busted out on his own. He's doing his own thing as Holly. Jingle Bell Rock, or Jingle Bell Reggae, it is. Hey, let's head into the KUAM News Link Zoom room where we have Roquel Contra of That's Hot Par and the Mighty Purple Empire. I don't know who he's got with him. Morning, Roque.
Morning, Chris.
Morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, so I know you just dropped a new episode of That's Hot Par with Senator Clint Rigel, right?
Yes, correct. That was just last night, actually.
And let's go ahead and just to kind of set the table a little bit. Can you tell us exactly what That's Hot Par is all about?
Yes. So we, we're big fans of the show Hot Ones on YouTube. with the host Sean Evans. He talks to a lot of people, obviously stars, celebrities and stuff, and they showcase a bunch of hot sauce from all over the world. And it was pandemic time, so we were kind of, there was no sports going on, so we were trying to be innovative, trying to think of something. I just had this idea laying in bed of, like, why not us? Why can't we do something like this? Like, we have a lot of hot sauces on island. We have a hot sauce connoisseur that I'm talking to right now. And we just wanted to create a platform for them, a network, and then have some fun during this pandemic, bring some laughter into our local households, and see where we can go from there, what kind of support we can get. And pitch the idea to Rob, who, at the time was on a standstill with the sports because of the pandemic. So pitch the idea to him. He was super for it, on board with it. And we just got a team together. We talked to a bunch of hot sauce connoisseurs on the island, got a bunch of product together, got our first our first guest, and set the tone from there, man. But really, it is just a network, a local network, a platform for all you hot sauce connoisseurs who want to showcase their product. You guys are selling it online, selling it in the stores, whatever, mom and pops. We even have some off-island locals reaching out to us, showcasing their hot sauce too, and they're out there in Washington, Oregon, California. So it's awesome, man. It's been almost a year in the making, so we're blessed.
And dude, I had no idea. I mean, just from watching the first episode on, like I knew there was a few Denancies on Guam, but man, you guys went deep and
yeah,
you
man.
guys, how many, like, let's say with this latest episode with Senator Clint Rigel, how many different Denancies and sauces did you guys have in your lineup?
We have 10. We usually do 10 different ones. Sometimes we, of course, we showcase them again. If a lot of people reach out, they want to promote, of course, and support us, so they drop off a couple jars here and there. And of course, we want to go with the most fresh ones. Of course, we get a bunch, and we just got to make sure we're not using old product, and we're using the fresh ones. You guys obviously are, making these hot sauces, daily, weekly, whatever it is, and we just want to enjoy it and share it.
Dude, Rogue, I love Pika, bro, but some of the clips that I watched, bro, I don't even know what the hell what kind of doni they're putting in there. But have you always, because I wonder about you, have you always been a fan of Pika? I mean, you like it hot, or?
Well, not to, toot my horn, but I did win Chap Chow's Pika Challenge. But spice has just always been a part of our culture, right? Growing up, do at the house. So it's just something that we were always accustomed to. If we wanted to make finadeni, man, we just go to the backyard, and just pick it, and go from there. But now it's like, man, it's just become like a competition. And people are like, "Hey, Rogue Man, let me know, bro, because I got the one. I got, Whoa, bro, please, do me a little bit of a favor, and, tone it down a little bit." But I want to see reactions to our, a lot of them they're nervous, once they sit down, they're just like, "Wow, am I really gonna do this? Like, how am I gonna feel the next day?" It's
Like, let's get this guy, Robert. Robert, get him on, Hi, Robert. Good morning.
Morning.
Right on, my man. So, do you like what's Robert's deal, Roke?
So Rob is my producer, or our producer. He collaborates the content, puts it on paper, and then we go from there, man. So he does a lot of digging and a lot of researching, and he's the mind behind the script.
Rob, I want to ask, because back in not even back in the day, but even like a few years ago, the Denancies and the hot sauces that we have locally, a lot of it was just with kind of like what I like to call like the regular doni. I mean, you got doni sali, and then you got the guafi, and the different types of, the Samoan, the Thai bird, like the, you know what I mean, Roke, when I say like the regular doni. Not ghost
Right.
pepper, not habanero, not the scorpion, not the reaper, all that. But now we have all that stuff. So to me, like I've tried a few of the nat. It's a totally different ball game. Whereas before, like Grandma's Denancy, yeah, it's pica, but some of this new stuff, it's it's not pica, it's like pica, So how's that been for you guys? Because that's a whole different reaction. You might get someone like someone like me who's like, oh yeah, I like pica, and then they get in there and they put a little scorpion in their mouth, and it's like, oh my god, I thought you said you like pica.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reasons why we wanted to do a show like this was to not only showcase but also to get the reaction that we do, and it's a genuine reaction every time. It's a big key point in our show is what the reaction is when they taste the Donny Denancy for the first time. So that's that's the unscripted part, right? We never know how much they're going to react to it. For example, one guest, Carmela, powered through it, was like, man, this wasn't bad at all. Then we have
Only
another
that?
guest, Mama Shar, who just could not handle the heat. So, really, but guest by guest, it really depends on how they handle their own heat, their own background and spice. But yeah, like you said, the hot sauce connoisseurs are trying a lot of new things now. It's not just the old school Dunny. It's not, you don't just go to the store and then just see the red hot. Everyone's used to the old stuff that they used to see, but now the hot sauce connoisseurs are constantly creating new product, and you yourself also creates new products. So that's what the whole platform, when Roki approached us with the idea, that was the whole basis of the show. Is like, we want to get these sauces in the eyes of people so they know that it's being made, and we also want to have people eat it on camera so that they can to help these hot sauce connoisseurs share their story, share their product, and everything that they're doing and putting into the sauce themselves. That's what we want to showcase, and I think that's the most fun part about the show, is seeing their genuine reaction as opposed to just getting to know the host. That's really where the hot sauce connoisseur and then the host, and then the guest connects, right, when they start eating the sauces. So just getting their reaction, getting their genuine reaction about it, seeing how they react, and also this is just we're showcasing it now, but we do have plans to go into greater detail, do little mini docu-series of each Denancy creator and how everything was created. But yeah, that's this is a great platform for us to showcase what you guys do, and how much work goes into it. And we're having a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, and we're just happy to partner up and to kind of amplify your platform on our platform. So would you say, going back to Carmela, would you say that, is she the champ of the guests that you have had? And was there any point where you're like, damn, bro, what the hell's up with this chick?
She felt bad. She was like, after the show post, she was like, man, I'm so sorry, I was so boring. And we're like, that's just a testament of how bad, how much of a, badass you are, really, powering through those sauces. So, like I said, it really just comes to, well, as far as your question goes, yeah, she is the champ. We don't hand out champs of handling the heat, but as far as unfazed goes, she definitely was the most unfazed. Yeah. She felt it a little bit, but nothing compared to a lot of the other guests who were like actually struggling through the sauces. She looked like she could have gone at least 2 or 3 levels higher than what we gave her. So
yeah, Roka, I saw you checking the jar a couple times just to make sure that she really had Denancy in there.
Yeah, no, we talked about it too, Rob and I, and we tried to do a really super local segment with Tenali Cutney, right? Yeah. And that was a fun experience, but afterwards we thought about it, and it's like, man, it's not the same effect, right? Like Tenali, you just kind of just pop it in your mouth, but the wings, man, you're getting it all over your face, your beard, your hands, and then all of a sudden you're wiping your sweat with your hand, and it's you know what I'm saying? So
this is where the Chamorro Trickster part comes into the that's hot part, yeah. Right. Let's talk about this episode, Senator Clinton Joe, because I got to run, but we're going to jump it up on our platforms. So how did the senator do? Because I just saw the one clip where he was like, that's hot, pwee pwee. And I know Senator Rajel a long time. I've been to a few drink outs with him, and I know he likes it hot, but just how hot does he like it?
Good, Rob. Oh, well, Clint. Yeah, Clint was a really good sport. Obviously, he kept it professional. He came in real nice, and then at the end of the show, I mean, it looked like he was at a bar for a very long time.
His tie was off, vest came off.
Sweating. The hair is already. So he definitely took it like a champ, and he gave us a lot of laughter too. He does some impersonations and some voices. He's definitely somebody we definitely love to talk to again, because he just had a lot of good points. He's a man of the people, so it's what he's done and plans to do.
Well, it sounds like he doesn't like it so hot. Rogue, we got to run, man, but we're going to throw it up on our KUAM News at Facebook, and we'll share it all the way. But where can people find it on your side?
Yeah, they can find it on our YouTube channel. You type in That's Hot Par, no apostrophe, no space, just one word, That's Hot Par. And you'll see our 8 episodes up there. Check them all out, man. We've come a long way in a short period of time. We'd like to thank KUAM, man. You guys, Chris, Jason, Betty over there, Sabrina, thank you guys so much for your interest in us and partnering up with us. We look forward to our future together for sure.
Yeah, I want to jump on, and then I got I don't know if I got the Chronicles podcast. It's a cannabis podcast. I'd like you to jump on that with Champ, so we'll work that out.
Right.
Thank you, Robert.
Sure. Yeah, we got you, man, Chris. We got you on our lineup, so stay ready.
Yeah, bring the heat, man. I like it hot.
Make that Antigo extra hot.
You got it. I'm gonna put like 12 ghost peppers in there extra. Thank you, Robert. Chew, Roki.
Right,
okay, right on. Man, Roki, that's on par, Mighty Purple, and of course, yes, he is the head coach of the University of Guam Triton's men's baseball team, which is going great. Maybe we'll catch up with him on that with Double D sometimes. 9:42. Good morning. Let's go ahead and turn it over to Jason Solis for our next segment, which is a sponsored segment. We do it every Tuesday morning with FHP, Hoffa Health Tips. Good morning, Jason Solis.
All right. Good morning, and good morning, everybody. Now, of course, Chris was just talking about, what do you say, 12 ghost peppers? I don't exactly think that's traditional holiday fare, but that certainly is like stressful and everything like that. So to kind of calm these waters and everything, we bring in a new friend, a learned physician, Dr. Mo Ping Tham from FHP, and we are talking about holiday stress. Now, Doc, good morning and happy holidays to you. Okay, now I know the ghost pepper thing. I think Chris just made a brand new tradition. It's probably going to take off, so it's probably going to be part of our island culture. I don't think I'll partake in that, because 12 ghost peppers is just like that's not just mental stress. That's also like really physical. But the reason why we're having you here on the show is talking about this time of year, which even in a non-pandemic time, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of maybe. Memories and obligations that come rushing back and everything that can be, it can wear somebody down. So how do we actually address these? And, how can you, do you basically tell your patients this is how you manage the stress, or this is how you, control it? Or what is the approach that you take when it comes to, this very stressful time of year?
So first thing, I tell them to sit down and take a nice deep breath and just have some perspective. It's going to be okay. For as stressful as the holidays are, this is a period that's, supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be a time where you get to connect with family and friends that you haven't seen for a while. It's not supposed to be something that's stress inducing and that you should be dreading. Now, granted, not all of us have a great relationship with our families, and that could be stressful in and of itself. But you should try to surround yourself with people who, are positive in your life and give you joy. And
iron sharpens iron.
Yes, and try to avoid the people that, are causing too much stress. Life's too short. You don't need that in your life. Mm-hmm. But as far as other practical things that, I recommend is, for sure, make sure you're getting enough sleep. Okay. Because if you're not sleeping well, it just, compounds the problem, compounds your stress levels. The other thing is try to get out and get some exercise or maintain your exercise regimen. Or if you're not somebody who exercises, it's okay. Just spend 10 minutes, go walk around outside, step away from the situation.
Could we talk about the sleep for a second, doctor? Because I know it's, I guess, and I've been, kind of like stressed out and, the loss of a family member or, bad breakups and everything like that. And I found that, I always read when I was trying to, self-diagnose, which is probably like the worst thing I did.
Yes.
Yeah, go to WebMD and you'll find like the result of everything, of course, air quotes.
After Google.
Yeah, but I did read that, getting sufficient sleep helps to calm the effects of stress, but at the same time it's like I'm really stressed out, so I can't really get sufficient sleep, and I'm not getting sufficient sleep, so I'm more stressed out in the day, and it's this big this snowball.
It's totally a catch-22 for those who don't realize sleep is not just a period where you're not doing anything. There's actually really important physiologic processes that happen during the sleep cycle, a lot of metabolic things that happen in your brain that your brain actually needs to do. Things that control our stress hormones happens during the sleep cycle. How we manage our insulin levels happens during the sleep cycle. Even the hormones that control our sense of hunger happens during sleep. And if we're not getting enough sleep, we're going to feel more hungry, we're going to overeat, and usually because we're stressed, we tend to eat more unhealthy food, and it sort of compounds the problem. So, yes.
I never knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it was, if you eat too late or you don't get sufficient sleep, you're not going to be hungry, and that's what screws up, and your eating cycle is all thrown off. You're actually saying it's the opposite. Fascinating.
Yeah. If you're not getting good quality sleep, it increases your feelings of hunger, and you're going to eat more. And it also affects your hormones that control your sensation of feeling full. So if you're not getting enough sleep, you're going to feel hungry. You're not going to feel satisfied when you do eat, and it's a vicious cycle. But as far as improving your sleep hygiene, I recommend that you try to be consistent about picking a regular time to go to sleep. Try to pick generally the same time to go to sleep. And also, maybe an hour or two before you're getting ready to go to sleep, try to wind things down. Disconnect from social media, disconnect from all your electronics, the computer, the phone, the tablets, the TV. I know it's really hard, but the light, the brightness from your computers actually affect your sleep hormones. It's going to make your body think that it's daytime when it's actually nighttime. So just that bright light will affect your feeling of not wanting to sleep. So try to disconnect yourself from electronics an hour or two before. Take a hot bath or hot shower to help relax you. Maybe drink some chamomile tea or some warm milk. Warm milk has tryptophan in it, which is that sleepy hormone that we get after we eat a big meal or after we eat, turkey dinner at Thanksgiving. Everybody feels tired. That's the tryptophan that makes us feel sleepy. So, try to do that before you go to bed. And for some people, they tend to get up frequently, to use the restroom in the middle of the night. So if you're one of those people who are getting up 5 or 6 times a night to pee, I recommend maybe an hour before you plan to go to bed, stop drinking liquids. Try to get everything out of your system as much as you can so you're not constantly interrupted during your sleep to get up to use the bathroom.
So what I'm hearing around this is, your best prescription, if you will, is just to establish like a good, smart, consistent routine that you would repeat over the course of the holidays.
Yeah, routine is very good and necessary. And I think that's another problem with the holidays is when people are stressed, their routines are off. So as much as possible, try to keep to your routines as much as you can. It'll help with the stress. The other thing I also recommend is learn to say no to people. I think the other thing that's very stressful in the holidays is that we overcommit. And, we don't want to, let anyone down, and so we agreed to do everything, and that just further adds to the stress.
And your holiday to-do list is like this. You like flap it out and it winds up looking
Yeah.
like Santa's naughty or nice list, and it goes a mile long. And
Exactly.
just looking at the volume of it can stress you out. It's like, oh my gosh, I got to buy the lights, I got to pick up so-and-so
Yep.
from the airport, I got to feed the dog, I got to, one of my other neighbors is leaving, so I got to watch his dog. And
Exactly.
Oh,
So,
gosh.
try to put up some boundaries and learn to say no, because, otherwise it's just going to add to your
Mhm.
stress. It's not good for anybody.
Now, Doc, for those of us who, like work in office buildings, I know there's, certain industries, they say, okay, we're basically going to give you like the entire Christmas week off because, nothing gets done anyway. And, like we're in a product oriented industry. But if you work in the services industry and retail, you can't exactly step away from it. And I would even argue that maybe your stress is even elevated a little bit because you've got customers all the time and, the pressure to really do good with your sales. So are there any exercises or, even physical or mental that we can do to kind of like relieve stress? Like if we step outside and like go into the break room and just kind of like center yourself?
Yeah, for sure. An easy one I recommend to all my patients is just do 5 minutes of a breathing exercise. Even if you work in retail, no one's going to miss you for 5 minutes. I mean, you could go into the bathroom stall for 5 minutes and just instead of using the bathroom, just spend that 5 minutes doing some deep breathing. And, I think it's kind of ironic that it's socially acceptable for people to take smoke breaks where they get to leave the building and go outside to smoke. But for all of us non-smokers, we have to stay inside and get stressed out. So I encourage people to take non-smoking breaks. So if your fellow smoking colleagues can leave the building for 5 minutes to smoke, you should be able to leave the building for 5 minutes to not smoke and spend 5 minutes to just walk around the building or do 5 minutes of breathing outside. I have a theory with smokers that the reason why maybe smoke breaks are stress relieving to them is it's not, some of it is the nicotine, sure, but I think another part of it is that they're actually removing themselves from their work environment for 5 minutes to take their smoke break.
So the
they're
smoking's
actually-
coincidental.
Exactly. They're going outside, they're taking nice, slow, deep breaths on their cigarettes. They're removing themselves from the situation. So I say, and that in and of itself, if you spend 5 minutes doing slow, deep breathing outside away from work, you're gonna, relieve stress. So take a non-smoke break. For
And if
5
you're like me, guys, and you have like a Fitbit, the newer Fitbits actually have meditation mode, and it'll actually like buzz. There's a haptic feature on the Fitbit, and it'll tell you like it'll measure your breathe and tell you how to breathe and everything. And it really does do a really great job of slowing your heart rate down.
Yeah, it's great. The key though is to breathe slowly. If you breathe quickly, you're going to hyperventilate, and that's actually going to increase your sense of anxiety and
Oh, boy.
stress. So it's really, really key to take nice, slow, deep breaths. 5 minutes. No one's going to miss you for 5 minutes, even if you work in retail.
Good tip. Okay, and last question, Doc, what about for those people who just, the holidays plus the pandemic plus, work obligations, family obligations, it's one big compounded ball of stress and everything like that. And some people are just like, it's just overwhelmed me and everything like that. I've tried to do what Dr. Tham did, like I go outside and everything. It's just too much and everything like that. For people who just have that much on their plate and everything like that, who should they talk to or who can they see?
Well, for sure, reach out to the people that you trust and know and feel like you can talk to. Just talking to another person can help relieve stress and anxiety. But yes, if the situation is serious where, you're actually having a depressive episode, you're starting to have suicidal thoughts, that's much more serious than just simple holiday stress. And if you see that in yourself or you recognize that in a loved one, please, please, please encourage them to go see their doctor, go see a counselor, or if it's really bad, Guam Behavioral Health, they have a crisis hotline.
I was going to say, because, we
reach out to them.
And we now know, I guess, society that, mental health is a spectrum and so many other things that were kind of just thought of as, as like minor. Well, everybody goes through that. Everybody fails a test. Everybody gets dumped at some point. These can be things about mental health. So for people like that, for whom the holidays just wind up triggering that,
Yes.
I mean, those are extra sensitive.
It is. And especially I've found since the pandemic, we're seeing a lot more people with mental health issues coming to us in the clinics. Just the isolation, of COVID is affecting a lot of people's mental health. And I think compounded that with the holidays, even though things are certainly better now this year than it was same time last year, this can still be a very lonely time for people. So I really encourage people to look out for your neighbors, look out for your friends, people who, are not maybe the most social people, who tend to, be by themselves. Try to reach out to those people and check in on them and make sure they're okay.
There also is something to be said about the power of prayer. If you're the church-going type and everything like that, if that gives you a sense of peace and everything, by all means, you can do it as much as you like, anytime you like.
For sure. And, now everything's online. You can even go to church online. So, don't be afraid to reach out and, check in with, the people that you don't see often and make sure they're okay. This is the time to be, taking count and taking census of everybody and making sure that everyone's doing okay during this stressful time.
Yeah, because this should be a very, very joyous time by design and everything. But if for whatever reason, boys and girls, that it's not and everything like that, good folks like Dr. Mo Ping Tham at FHP are here to get you the help that you can need so you can get back on track and enjoy the holidays. So, Doctor, we really appreciate it, and we wish you and your team down there at FHP the very best of holiday season.
Thank you very much. You too.
All right. And please stay tuned, everybody, because the link will be back, and we'll wrap up the show right after these messages.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into the link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on the link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass Live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season.
With Burger King, BK gift certificates available in $20 books. Okay, and they can use that and they get one of these BK Italian original chicken sandwiches available for a limited time only. I think gift certificates are a great idea. I don't know how they got a bad rap. People talk about, it's a thought to cats. You know what? The gift certificate, and since guys get all the flack for this, let me just defend my subspecies. With the gift certificates, we are empowering you to make a choice, right? It's on you. It's not passing the buck. No, it's not because we weren't confident that we could pick something that you would like. It's because we want you to have the power. Just like that. See? Works. $9.59. So Cover Me is brought to you by Burger King. Go get me some Burger King gift certificates. Guys, it's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. KUAM TV. Going to leave you with this song. It's Hudley with Cover Me on the link. My name's Chris for Jason and Sabrina Salzmatanani and Joe Sir Está. Adios!
I feel like dancing on